I hope you are looking forward to this afternoon. For those of you that have just joined us, we had some really insightful conversations this morning. We had, of course, sessions where we reflected on the impact that the internet has had. We looked at new technologies in life, work, of course, in the business of people and
recording
business.
in progress.
All right, so for the sake of those who are just joining us now, this is the first edition of eCommerce Day in Africa, made possible by the eCommerce Institute with the support of USAID, the Alliance for E-Trade Development, that's E-Trade Alliance, and the American Chamber of Commerce in Kenya. So buckle up for an afternoon filled with insights from industry visionaries, cutting-edge technologies and strategies that are sure to reshape the way we buy and sell online. I'd like to now welcome our two moderators for this afternoon, George Mbithi, who's a communications director at USAID, and Sylvia Mbabu, who we met earlier. They will introduce themselves and take over the afternoon session. Let's give them a warm round of applause.
Okay, we've been given the most difficult job to moderate a session immediately after people have had lunch. My first job, I was a teacher, so I am going to wear the teacher cap. If I see you dozing off, I will make you face the wall or something of that sort. So good afternoon, everyone. Did you enjoy your lunch? Did you enjoy the first sessions of the day? So what do we tell these E-Trade folks? They need to be doing this every year in Kenya, right? Okay, my name is George Mbidi, Director of Communications for USAID Kenya Investment Mechanism. I will be co-moderating with my friend Sylvia.
Hello, everyone. I'm Sylvia Mbabu, aka the lady with mismatching shoes. And for the rest of the afternoon, we'll be moderating the different sessions that we have in store for you. As Terry Ann said, we have a cocktail of remarkable speakers in store to talk about areas. We have 4 key pillars that they will be looking at this afternoon to achieve professionalization and evolution towards successful online trading, boosting your sales and optimizing your e-commerce resources. We have payment methods and fraud prevention. And finally, we will be looking at advertising strategies and social network management. So George will tell us who is starting us off. And also as the teacher, he'll also be the time manager. So he'll inform the speakers the cue he will give whenever time is about to run off.
Okay, thank you very much, Sylvia. We will start afternoon with the first track about platforms and systems, where we will hear about what you need to sell online successfully from Diana Betts. Diana Betts is the CEO of Papink Gifts and Papink Gifts Kenya. And we will also hear from, so please, Diana, can make your way to the stage. And we will also hear, yes, a round of applause, please. We will also hear from Nasir Samata. Nasir Samata is the Vice President of Engineering of Wasoko. They will tell us about steps to implement and develop your online store. So, karibu sana Nasir. You don't want to clap for him? Boy child, So thank you very much. So, Diana.
Can we have the podium come down, please?
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Diana Betts. I am the CEO and co-founder of Papink Gifts. We are a happy company that tries our very best to spread emotion through the internet. We help loved ones connect through the internet on our website platform, as well as on our physical store. And I'm really excited to be talking to you about what as Papink we have done to be able to sell online successfully. I think a lot of the people that have spoken before today, one of the things we've gotten is we are still migrating as a country into the e-commerce field, and we have more brick and mortar business as we know it than we do online. And the shocking thing is for Popping, a lot of our sales, more sales happen online than they do in our brick and mortar stores. And maybe we'll be exploring key pillars that have helped us to get our customers off brick and mortar and onto the online space. So one of the first things is building a strong online presence. And one of the ways to do that, I think, is when you think about it, which company comes to mind when you ask, which is the best e-commerce company in Kenya? Which company do you go to the internet every day and use? And these questions are important because for you to create a presence online, it means that people get to recall your name. People get to recall your name when they think of something. Choosing the right platform. Choosing the right platform is the first way to build a good online store. So how can you create a good platform? What's a good platform? There are a lot of businesses in Kenya that you will find are on Instagram. We have WhatsApp catalogs. We are on TikTok. Would you call that the right platform? The right platform is the one that you as a business person can control. So while you may have 2 million, 3 million users on Instagram, are you able to own that channel so that you can convert these customers at a later date? And that's very crucial because even if I have all the followers and I'm not able to convert them into customers, then I do not own the channel, and ownership is very important. And that's why I think if we look around, all the people will be speaking, we talk about owning your website, owning your application, having a central place where all your customers can be found. Another thing would be, once I have my website up, how are people going to know I exist? The internet is cramped right now. I mean, there are so many websites popping up every single day. And I'm really excited because later on, we'll have a chance to learn about how to optimize and market our website so that when customers are looking for us, they can find us. And how to consistently ensure that the brand message that you're giving is consistent on Instagram, on Twitter, on your website, and even when your customers call you. One of the things we've done that is we've centralized all of our customers. When you come onto our website, the first thing we do is we want to identify you either by email or by phone number. And from there, we go following you up. Is it on WhatsApp or sending regular emails such that you feel as if you're part of that one community that you run with? Creating trust and credibility. I recall in the year 2012 when Popping was just starting, very informally, and we had this lovely Facebook page, and a customer came and said, I would like to get a gift for my wife, and I want you to deliver it, but I will pay when you're at the door. And she confirms that indeed she has received the package. I mean, just think about the logistics of that. You have to coordinate her being there, you've been there, and making sure that the payment comes at the right time. But a lot of that was stemming from the fact that this person did not trust Popping at that point in time. And I mean, why do you trust a business that just launched online? There are so many fraud cases that we've had. So one of the best things that we can do when you're building up our credibility is have very clear communication. What happens if I'm not happy with this product? Can I return it? How long will it take for my refund to come? How long is it going to take for you to make this delivery? And I think it's a pain point for a lot of business owners when you're starting off. You really want to promise the world because you believe so strongly in the idea of what you're selling that I can promise to get you a flower bouquet in 20 minutes. But is it really possible? And if that doesn't happen, what happens is the customer now gets frustrated, and then we start to break our trust. Human faces also help to put a name to an online business. So when you're starting to sell and you don't have a human face that someone can refer to and someone can see, sometimes you may not even necessarily call a person to pose for the photos, but what are people saying about you? Interestingly, one of the things that we made sure from the word go is we got feedback from every single client that purchased from us. What was the pain point? What did you like about it? And that review system testimonial is actually what ended up helping so many other customers come on board for Papping. So regardless of the type of business you're in, even if you cannot probably show a hardware with a person, one of the best ways to create trust is to show real reviews and not the fake ones. I think that's why a lot of people love Google reviews, because it's very difficult for you to fake that. So let's create that trust and credibility, because that's the only way you're going to ensure that customers are willing to purchase from you. One of the best things, one of the hardest pills I had to swallow as a business owner is someone telling me, your website is not about you. I mean, I have all the ideas I want to show ABCD, but at the end of the day, the website is just a tool to get to your customers. And if the customers are not at the center of the design of that tool, what ends up happening is you create a very beautiful product that you love, but your customers do not. And one of the best ways to figure out if your customers are going to love your website or the channel and platform you've chosen is ask yourself, who are they? If I'm targeting a very young crowd, then probably having my data around social commerce might help. But if I'm looking to get a company, let's say Safaricom, to purchase from me, there is no day Safaricom will come and check out through my website from start to finish. So the needs that I need to declare to Safaricom when they come to my website are very different. I want to show them what I have done, what I can do for them, how we're going to make their lives easier. But if I am trying to sell to a person who is really in love, they want to buy their very first bouquet and have it sent to their girlfriend, then the website needs to speak to that. So make sure that the approach that we get always is informed by the customers. And that's very interesting, because for the longest time at Popping, we imagined that the reason customers come to us is because of maybe our fast delivery. And so we kept trying to bring down the delivery from 3 hours to 2 hours to 1 hour, until once we did a survey and they said, we love how you package. We love the fact that I can come to your website, I can add a card message, I can do everything without having to lift a finger. That whole process was more crucial to them than having a delivery that's done within 1 hour. And that helped us to rebrand in a way that our customers are lifting their phones less often. I think you've tried to buy a gift when you're right next to the person you're purchasing for. And you're like, okay, you really need to text me right now, because they're going to hear what I'm planning to surprise them. So that platform and having those options allowed the customers to check out without a problem. And that's really what has grown our numbers. And another thing that you may realize, some of the things we assume, like my customer does not want to pay for delivery, or a customer just expects that every gift comes with a card. It's an assumption that we make until we ask the customer. And when we asked our customers, they told us, we love the free card that you give me, but I would rather you give me a bigger card and charged me for it. And that raised our revenues by more than 6% in less than 3 months, just from giving the customers exactly what they wanted. So continue to get that feedback from the customers every now and then and see how your business is serving the customer. And I think logistics and last mile delivery has been one of the hardest things that any business person is going to face when you're building an online store. So you've got the customer, your website is beautiful, you're doing some marketing around it, and now you want to deliver this gift or this product to the person. The biggest headache we had as Papping was the fact that we sell flowers. Flowers are perishable. Nairobi is extremely hot, and so is the rest of the country on most days. And I sent to you flowers, and by the time they arrive, they're already broken into pieces, or sometimes they're bruised, what someone would call faded flowers. And if you just see on that photo, what our team had to do was create a cost-effective solution that allows our flowers to be transported, pulled from the warehouse all the way to the customer, and still not have breakages, and still consider the fact that my rider cannot carry one bouquet of flowers and come back and then do the same for another 100 orders in a day. So we really have to innovate internally to decide what is going to work for my business. Other people have preferred partnering up with companies that help them handle that logistics. If it's not a key core of what you do, then you can easily outsource it. You need to be efficient in the last minute. I think the best reviews that we've received as an online business have not even come from the product, but from the fact that the customer felt we handled the process from start to finish. So if there's a lot of back and forth, where's my order? A lot of your calls are coming from, can I track where my order is? Or could you tell the rider to call me at this instance? It means that we're giving the customer more work to do. And that's not the reason they came online. They came online so that they could get more efficiency. We have embraced technology in different ways. And I think the biggest advantage of going online as a business is the data that you get. If you walk into most of the stores that we have in the country along Moy Avenue, ask them, which is your fastest selling product? And drill down to the color, to the size, and at what point in the year does this product sell? Does it sell the whole year? Is it a product that you'd consider bringing every other week or every other year? When you start to drill down on the data, you realize that when you're not online, when you're not tracking these metrics, the chances of you improving the experience for the customer are low. So data is what will inform the decision for you to bring in a new product or discard an existing product. It is going to help you to know how better can I enhance the user experience. Right now in the world of AI, we are all up in arms about what AI is going to do to the impact of businesses. But as a business owner, how else is AI going to affect how I approach my customer, how the customer feels about it, and always be willing to learn. I think I was in school some 10 years ago in Strathmore, and we did a project. And that project was about, we were told to create a website. When I look at that website we created back in 2012, and I look at what the world expects today in terms of user experience, I was nowhere close. So we always have to keep learning and be open to the fact that technology is the only thing that will never be constant. It will change with every waking minute. And lastly, when solutions are called for, when we find the challenges, one of the biggest challenges we've had at Popping was integrating M-Pesa in a way that it automatically integrates as well with our order sales process. If you look at the innovation that have come around the M-Pesa API in the last few months, those are not things that were there initially, and you had to adapt the challenge at that time and still figure out a way to get to the customer. There are a lot of people already on the e-commerce world who are very interested in speaking about these challenges. And I always say, no challenge is unique. Somebody somewhere has gone through it. A business has somehow found a solution to it. So don't cry about it or cover yourself and say, this is it, I'm done with e-commerce. It's a little bit too hard in our market dynamics. Reach out to different companies who have somehow found a way to work around it. And at the end of the day, remember, the customer is the key person to whom we are giving this solution to. If we don't have the customer, then there's no way we're going to be selling everything to begin with. So whatever challenge the customer is feeling, instead of telling them this is not America where all systems are go, we really need to find a way of finding solutions that work for our customers. They may be understanding in 1 day, 2 days, but by the third day, they'll find an option. So it's best for us to try and find solutions around that before they move on to the next person. In conclusion, the heart of the journey is the customer. Whenever you think about designing your website, do not think, what do I like? Ask yourself, what am I solving for my customers? And how does that solution look like from their point of perspective? And for the techies like us who consider a lot of the work we do obvious, it's very obvious, it's a checkout. Try one day to ask your grandmother or your mother to go through your website and go through the whole process from adding to cart. Monitor how they react to every step. And you'll be shocked that's the same reaction every customer has with your website. And then aim to make the website user-friendly to our grandmother or our 5-year-old children.
Good afternoon. That was really good advice, and I can tell you all the pain points that the animation I went through. My name is Nasir Samatara. I'm the Global Vice President of Engineering at Wasoko. I've been involved in e-commerce for about 14 years now. I've worked large companies like Amazon and also startups like Kuban. I'm here in Wasoko right now. Most of my time, I've left East Africa about 30 years ago, and I spent most of my time in Canada and the US. And in about 18 of those years, I've spent in startups. Startups are basically, some people say you're a startup junkie. I say basically I like to take the road less traveled. So it's always interesting. Okay. So some of the interesting things for me has been I was privileged and lucky enough to work for different aspects of technology, from solar companies to telecommunication companies to e-commerce and so forth. And coming back here, basically, there are two objectives for me. One was I wanted to contribute to my community, coming back to East Africa. And the second was I've been mentoring a lot of young engineers and others over the years. And it's been kind of challenging when you're in the US and they're in Africa and you're doing all these Zoom calls at 11 o'clock at night or 5 in the morning. So now I'm here, it gives me opportunity also to see them face to face, but also be able to communicate with them on time. So Wasoko, our mission is to help communities across Africa get more for less. We're a B2B e-commerce company across Africa, supplying essential goods and also financing to local merchants. And the idea is to increase their affordability as well as accessibility. Why Africa? If you look at basically more than, I would say more Africans will be born in the next 10 years than China, India, Brazil, and Mexico combined. And those are high populations, as you know. Not only that, but if you look at the demographics, you will see that there's a lot of them are young. So that means there's a lot of potential in terms of the talent and also the resources that we have in Africa. The other aspect of the equation is basically opportunity. So by combining opportunity with the talent we have and the resources we have, there's no limitation of what Africa can achieve. And in terms of the big cities, you will see there's more people in cities than any other place when compared to the rest of the world. So digital commerce onboarding. So I'll be talking about briefly about, Diana has mentioned basically the entire e-commerce. So I'll focus on the first part is that if you want to set up online or this online business, how do you basically onboard, what platforms do you use and so forth. So what is the digital commerce onboarding? It is basically, at the end of the day, a process that will assist you to bring new customers and provide them a good experience. And why is it important? There are three main aspects. One is streamlining you as a business owner, basically all your automations and everything you need, and have the resources that's available to you, the essential resources. The second one is that because you have the digital mechanism, you can actually prioritize your customers. And I think we talked about earlier that in terms of how important it is for you to use the data to personalize for your customers and understand them better. And lastly, ultimately, when you do those things, you want to be able to have a improved customer satisfaction and retention, which underlying denominator will be trust. So let's talk about a little bit about the benefits of digital commerce. There are a couple of key things. I'll touch a few of them. Improve customer satisfaction. So ultimately, what you're trying to do is provide onboarding experience that will basically have a positive impact on your customers. You want to increase customer retention. How do you do that? By trust, by good experience, and delivering on your promises. Reduce customer support cost. If you automate most of your staff and you offload that part, then you can focus on the core business, and you can offload your staff's work of day-to-day mundane work so they can focus on your customers, which translates to eventually increase sales and then also improve efficiency from operational perspective, because there's a lot of work happening on the back end. And we're not even talking about logistics with the animation. That's another whole world that you'll get into. What are some of the challenges or things that you have to consider when you're setting up things? The cost of the platforms. So some of the platforms are basically a little bit more costly than others. So you have to choose which one is right for you, but always work backwards, meaning think about your customer and choose the right platform that will serve them, not the other way around. I manage engineers, and I can tell you their imagination is all over the place, and they initially focus more on what is the best, the coolest technology. Let's do AI on everything. But the customer doesn't care about that. They just need the basic stuff. Deliver my stuff on time, give me what I need. So you always have to think about the cost of the platform, but also from a customer perspective. Time and resources will always be there for you. You have to also think about how much time do I want to spend on a specific technology. And finally, always be a maintenance and updates that you have to do as an owner. So you have to consider which one is the least maintenance for you. In terms of platforms, there are a couple of areas I will touch. One is the scalability. So you have to think about and say, today I am here, I have X customers, for example. Let me think about what will that look like if I have more traffic and more transaction. Initially, you don't have to worry about scalability in more sense, but you also have to think about, if I choose this platform, even if I'm using 10% of its capabilities, if tomorrow I get 100 million customers, will it be able to support it? It's a question you have to think about. It doesn't mean you're going to choose the one that's the most optimal, but it's something you have to think about them. The other one is flexibility. Your business changes because of your customer behavior. So you want to make sure basically that the platform will change what your business needs. We mentioned earlier about data and security. It is critical for you to protect your personal data as a business, but more importantly as well, the customer's data. That's where trust is broken. If you do not have a good protection and something happens, you lose the trust easily. Also, from a customer perspective, can they find you easily? Can they search what they need? So you have to think about, does the platform support what the customers will need? The other one is that payment. Every place is different. The market you're targeting, think about what payment systems they use, what services. Does this platform support those things? Is it scalable for me tomorrow if I try to switch to different payment type? It will support. Otherwise, you'll get stuck and it's difficult for you to unwind everything. And finally, customer support, both for your end customers and also for you. If the platform does not give you what you need from a support perspective, you'll be struggling on operational load. If it doesn't provide customers easy way to find things and answer questions, then you have a different problem. So now let's talk about specifically what are the type of things that you can do for you to be able to select when you're talking about implementation. So first, what I will do is always choose the platform that meets your business needs. And business needs translate to your customers, right? Plus the internal business. Once you identify those things, think about on the creativity side, creating and uploading content, managing your content. All those things will be critical for you and important. The other one is also a customization. Business changes, customers basically demand more and more. So you have to think about it. Can you customize it? Is it difficult? Is it easy? Set up automation. You really want to minimize the amount of time you spend on manual stuff or things like that. It has to be more or less automated. So think about that. And as I think original, a lot of panels talked about this one, test your product, that's platform. Make sure the platform actually satisfies the original vision you had, but also what your customers' needs. And the best way to test that is ask people who don't use technology. Ask people, because you're thinking about the least common denominator. And then anybody who's tech savvy, that's easy for them. But in our case, for example, when I was working in one of the e-commerce companies, we actually literally took our app and we went to the subways and we stopped people and we said, can you use it and purchase something and we'll deliver to you. And you can't believe it how many people struggle to use it in the beginning. Then we wrote down, we understand them, We go back, we fix them, we try it again. Until we get to a point where everything's comfortable, people are comfortable with that. Now, let me give you a couple of platforms as an example. For example, there is a Shopify, for example, WooCommerce and Magento. I chose these three because they're on the extremes of things. So there are two types of basically platforms. Self-service, that's one that allows you to start quickly. You can manage your stuff. And there is one is that your assisted platforms, you actually let somebody else manage for you so you can focus on your business. Of course, you can tell the difference. The one you spend most of the time, less costly than the other one somebody manages for you. So Shopify is a very popular e-commerce. I've used this in the past. So you can manage your own, or you can actually let them manage for you. And the advantages of them is easy to use, mobile friendly, extensive features. They do also fulfillment, so you don't have to worry about end to end if you want to. Disadvantages, limited customization, meaning that you can customize it, but when you want to go a little bit advanced, then you have to know a little bit of knowledge. So you can hire somebody, but if you want to spend some time, you can do it as well. The other one is WooCommerce, which is a WordPress plugin, is the easiest and the most effective for all the easy starts when you want to start something, a business quickly. Magento is basically a super marketing tool. It does a lot of work for you, but also it's a little more expensive and you really want somebody to manage it for you. At the end of the day, when you choose the platforms, when you know what you want, it comes down to this. If your customers doesn't like what you're selling or what you're providing, it doesn't matter how advanced your technology is. So one of the things we talked about data is that you need to get as much feedback as you can get from your customers, and you need to use that data to actually improve basically the customer experience. So the platform that you will select, it has to serve the customer upfront as well as utilization of their feedback and the content. If you do that, then you will have a good online business and you can continue basically refining it. But it never stops. It will continue forever. So get used to basically having a wild ride until the end. But the good thing is that it keeps your toes all the time, which is the exciting part. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Nasir and Diane. Another round of applause, please. Please step down. So unfortunately, because of time, we don't have a Q&A session as we're trying to catch up. But what we do, maybe towards the end of the sessions, then we'll have questions for the panelists to answer for the speakers. So kindly appreciate them again as they come down. Thank you very much. And that cues me up to introduce the next set of speakers. So coming up next, remember in the morning I talked about our knowledge shopping cart, right? We are still shopping for knowledge, isn't it? So to fill up our shopping cart for this session, we have the operation and logistics panel. So this set of speakers will share their expertise and opinion on this subject. I would like to invite to the stage Patricia Odida, the Chief Commercial Officer for Astro Aviation. Kindly appreciate her as she comes on stage. And joining Patricia is Geoffrey Shimanula, the Managing Director at Bobab. Geoffrey, kindly join us. Thank you. So our two panelists will enlighten us on how logistics can help us boost sales and optimize e-commerce resources. So kindly start us off, Patricia, and then Geoffrey will follow.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Patricia Odida, Chief Commercial Officer at Astral Aviation. I think not so many people know about Astral. How many people know about Astral Aviation? Okay, a good number. I know most people know about Kenya Airways. Well, Kenya Airways is both passenger and cargo, but Astral Aviation, we are purely a cargo airline. We only do cargo, we don't have a passenger side. Okay, who we are an all-cargo airline based at JKIA, so we don't operate from Wilson. We've been around for 22 years, and we're designated by the government of Kenya as a national carrier. I know most people get surprised when we say that because you expect national carrier to be government owned. So we are not government owned, but we are national carrier by virtue of the fact that we are Kenyan owned, even though not so many people know us, but we are the main cargo flag carrier here. And yes, Kenya Airways also has cargo aircrafts, but we have worked with them in partnership before they had cargo aircrafts, and that's why we're recognized by the government. So our data for 2022 shows that we uplifted 97,101 tons on 3,060 flights. During the period of COVID, we were the ones who were lifting cargo before the passenger carriers started, because at that time it was easier for cargo aircrafts to operate. Then we're the largest private cargo airline in Africa by fleet and network with our hubs. You'll see that in our other slides. We operate in Dubai, Johannesburg, Liège, and Hong Kong. We have a fleet diversity. We have a 747, which uplifts 110 tons, 767, 42 tons, 727, 28 tons, and DC-9, 14 tons. We cooperate with 40 global airlines, including 5 African airlines on cargo. And our global sales network is Asia, Europe, USA, Middle East, and Africa. We've been voted the best carrier in Africa from 2011 to 2023. Thank you. So our fleet, we have several aircrafts. Though from the way it's presented there, I don't think you'll know in terms of the size. Can I get help? Can I get assistance from? Okay, there's one aircraft missing there. So this was supposed to show the different. This was supposed to show the different types. So the biggest one is supposed to be the 747. Then the smallest one down there is supposed to be the DC-9 with 14 tons. So we have different aircrafts for this reason, to be versatile, so that we're able to fit into the customer's choice. Like if your cargo is 100 tons, then we'll uplift 100 tons for you. If your cargo is below 14 tons, then we shall uplift for you. Anyway, it's okay. So that's why we have different types of aircraft, so that we are able to fit into what you have. If you have 100 tons, then we carry it at once. If you have 14 tons or below 14 tons, then we are there, we're able to carry it for you. So that helps us in terms of fitting into what our customers want. So our network is quite wide. From Nairobi, we fly into most of those destinations. So we go into Johannesburg, into the South African countries, we go into Middle East, we go into Hong Kong. And from Johannesburg, how cargo works, it's when you take the aircraft down, of course, it has to come back up, but it doesn't have to go the same direction. We can change depending on the demand. So we can come from Johannesburg and go to Lusaka, then Nairobi. It can come from Johannesburg, go to Dar es Salaam, then Nairobi. So we can serve that hub as well. So if someone needs us to come from Cape Town, we position the aircraft in Johannesburg, then we go to Cape Town, then we come back up. So for us, it's easy. It's not the same for passenger, because when you buy a ticket, let's say you want to go to Dar es Salaam, you'll do Nairobi, Dar es Salaam and back. But for cargo, it depends on what is happening. So if we get customers there who want us to take the cargo, let's say, and you're willing to pay even Johannesburg to Cairo, then we would do it for you. So the same for the other places which we operate, like from the Middle East. We also do our flights from there. We can do from DWC to Hong Kong. We can do from DWC to Kazakhstan. So it depends on what's going on and what our customers want. So that's also part of our hub. So we have a hub in Nairobi, we have a hub in Johannesburg, we have a hub in the UAE, we have a hub in China as well. So we work with what's going on in terms of trade and in terms of what our customers want. So we have scheduled freighter services into Europe, that is Liège. And we go to Liège and not other airports, because also the way the world is, you're not allowed as a freighter airline just anywhere. So Liège Airport seems to be a good one for freighters. So if we go to London Heathrow, they don't allow freighters there, but British Airways can operate from there. But for other carriers, you're encouraged to go into other airports in the EU. So that is why we go to Liège. From Liège, customers do their own tracking. Like, let's say you want your cargo, your vegetables to enter into London, there's tracking from there into London and from there into Amsterdam. So most freighters prefer Liège also because of the handling. For us to compete and give a good price, then we go into airports where the handling is more friendly. And that's why even in the UAE, we go to the DWC airport, we don't go to Dubai airport. So Middle East, we go to DWC airport. We also fly to Saudi Arabia, and recently from June, we've been flying to Israel, specifically to Tel Aviv. Then intra-Africa, we mainly go to the South African countries. We go to East African countries, that is inclusive of Juba and Somalia. And we also fly to DRC on demand. And Asia, I had already mentioned. So we do charters. By charter, I mean, let's say you want to move avocados. Someone had talked about avocados in the morning. You want avocados from Nairobi into Dubai, and you want it exclusively for yourself. You don't want to share the aircraft with anyone. So we're able to give you a solution. You tell us your tonnage, and then we give you a rate and we uplift that for you. If you want to move humanitarian cargo, let's say from here, there's war in Khartoum right now, and you want us to move a charter for humanitarian exclusive to yourself, we give you a solution and we quote for you. So some of the commodities that we have that are both for charter and normal scheduled flights are express e-commerce. So for us, express e-commerce is a little bit different. It doesn't fall under all categories, because express e-commerce are things like mobile phones, things that have lithium batteries, things that are fast moving, the stuff that you keep ordering online. So that is handled differently because it is time sensitive. Then we have the humanitarian, the perishables, because Kenya, we mainly export horticulture. And that is why JKA as a hub is very attractive in the whole of Africa. You see all airlines wanting to come to JKA. Why? Because when you come to Nairobi, there is something you carry going back. That's why you see also some airlines they want to go to Johannesburg. That is their target. But they end up passing by Nairobi. Why? Because cargo is normally directional. Not every country you go into, you get cargo out. It's not like a passenger where you buy a ticket and it has to have return, right? It's just one direction. Where do you want the cargo to go? It doesn't mean you want the cargo to come back, isn't it? Like a passenger. So what happens is most people, when they map out their routes, you map the route as for you to be able to serve your customers and give a competitive price. You have to come by a place where you pick up some cargo, so that it makes sense in the end, the price you're giving the customer going in. So normally when we go into a country, we have to make money going in, coming back empty. So if you pass by a place where you can carry cargo, you do. And that's why JKIA is positioned geographically in a good place. With horticulture, most of the airlines always go back with either horticulture to go to Europe or horticulture to go into the Middle East and Asia. So we have mining. We also carry mining equipment. We don't carry oil, but mining equipment. We help with peacekeeping rations and other projects that people have, consumer goods, excess baggage as well. And during COVID, we did quite a lot because we were able to carry the vaccines at the right temperature. There's something called eCommerce fulfillment terminals for Amazon. They have a lot of that. They have about 171 in different locations. But for Astral Aviation, we want to have something like that, not really for ourselves because we are not doing e-commerce per se. We are a link because we are only doing the logistics part. Like when you book on Jumia and they need whatever you've booked is from America or from Europe or any part of the world, they'll use an airline to bring it in or a shipping line. So we are just that part where we move it from one place to another. But in that small place, for us, we are looking at seeing how to facilitate. In the morning session, my DAO, they spoke about how to be competitive in their pricing. They'd rather have physical shops in different places so that if you're ordering, it's easy for them to bring it to you. So even for us, it makes sense to have something like an e-commerce fulfillment terminal. And we're looking at having this at JKIA. It makes sense because we can work with the government for them to give us a slot and a space. If we have a space like that, we can be able to assist our customers, not by us now competing with you and bringing in the shipments for ourselves, no, but working with the companies that are in e-commerce to bring their shipments, and they can have it there, they keep it there, and when people are ordering, it's easy for them to just come and package it the way the customer wants, and they send it to the customers. So that's what we mean by the e-commerce fulfillment terminal. So we are currently in negotiation with the Kenya Airports Authorities to be given a concession building to operate from there. It will be the first one in Africa. So we hope that everything goes smoothly, then we can be able to acquire that. Once we do it, then maybe we can replicate and have another one in Johannesburg where we have our own hubs, like in Johannesburg, and maybe have Lagos. Why Lagos? Because they're also very big on e-commerce. So those are our partners. You can see there's a mix. There's DHL there. We work with USA, we work with ICRC. So we work with interline partners, practically all airlines. I've not filled it in with all, but we practically work with all airlines. Freight forwarders, there's more than that in this market. So we work with those in the international markets as well as the local ones. And we have also charter brokers like Chapman Preborn, Air Charter Services, and Scan Global, Aid Relief, ICRC, Save the Children, and the UN. So we work with all these partners, and some of them we work directly, some we work through their agents. So it depends on the mode that they want. So this is the cycle. This is what I was talking about. So it starts with it starts with a company. So it can be a freight forwarder, it can be an airline, it can be an e-commerce partner. So they book. So there's a way in which we have integrated our systems. Like for other airlines, it's integrated. They book from their own system. It comes to our queue and we see and we confirm. And the same for freight forwarders. They're able to book from their own offices. We've integrated the systems. So we're hoping that we can also go further with anyone else who's interested in integrating, such that from your portal, it can come into ours straight and we see your booking. Then we depart. And for us, because it's a freighter, we can depart as per what you need. We are not restricted. So if you like us to depart in the morning so that your shipment arrives at night or the next morning, then we do that. So like for flights into Europe, we depart at night so that we arrive in the morning because it's mainly produced. The same for UAE as well. But for the region like Juba and other places, we just do what the customer wants. If they want the shipment by 1 o'clock, then we do it. If they don't want it on a weekend because of customs issues and that kind of thing, then we depart only during the day and during the week, Monday to Friday. So we are versatile in that way. And then the clearance is done by the agents, and then the door delivery is not done by us. So evolution of commerce, we plug in to work with all partners to do whatever it is that they need us to do. So some of the people we work with are Jumia and Techno. And just like everyone else, it's data-driven. Our routes are data-driven. It's based on trade, whatever is happening in the world. So you can't move where no one wants you to move cargo. We only move where we see data. And then we optimize the flights and the routes also based on the same. And we also give competitive pricing based on what a customer wants. And we try to be innovative. We have drones as well. We're working on that. We're doing them right now for the farms in terms of pesticides, but we are also going to do last mile delivery. So factors that drive our sales, we build synergies with all our partners, all companies that we work with. And last mile delivery, we assist Wherever we can, we assist our customer to get a partner there to do the last mile for them. Security and compliance, we work with the agencies to ensure that there's no pilferage or damage. Future trends, shorter delivery times, because like if someone wants it in 24 hours, we try and see how to work it out with our partners. Transparency, customers want transparency on pricing. Some of the customers want to do their own clearance. And then for us, we like to be flexible on the departures and the deliveries. And of course, the drone is the latest thing. So I think that summarizes it. Sorry, I took so much time. Thank you.
Okay. At least Patricia has taken some of my time because I didn't have much to share with you. It's an honor being here with you today. My name is Shimanyula, and I'm the MD of Bobab. Bobab is a US company. We are based in Seattle. We are an outfit that builds or develops digital addressing infrastructure. Just before I start, I have a question to ask. How many of us have gotten lost in recent days while using an app on the phone? Please raise your hand. How many of us have gotten lost? Okay. I'll give you had a very interesting episode. Sometime back in the 90s, we didn't have mobile phones. So these apps we have on the phones, we didn't know what they were. I was attending a funeral somewhere in Siaya. So a friend of ours told us, look, just come down as you turn in, like you're driving to Bondo, you'll get to this market called this, turn right. Drive down, you'll see a big tree. Turn in at that tree. What we didn't know is that this friend of ours had not been in the village for over 10 years. And that tree had been cut a long time ago. So we kept driving, looking for this big tree. We didn't see it. By the time we stopped, we were the equivalent of Kitengela, and yet you're supposed to have turned in at Airtel. By the time we got back, the barrier was happening. Fast forward to 2023. You place your order, and you are told it will be delivered. They call you very early in the morning. Mr. So-and-so, I have your parcel. We will deliver it. Say, okay. Will you be at home? Yes, I'll be at home. The time comes, you start questioning. Okay, I'm near this building. How far is your house from there? Okay, I'm next to the bank. You start wondering, what bank are you talking about? What do some of us do? Because we don't need that headache, or maybe you feel it's expensive, you place online wherever you want to buy, but you go and pick it. Does it make sense? It doesn't. E-commerce means that you buy whatever you want to buy, it is delivered for you. So as Bobab, this is one thing that we want to address, to bring that convenience to you. As I said, we are a software platform developer of digital addressing infrastructure and logistics. So all of you in this room who are in the e-commerce space and logistics, you are my potential customers. And as we speak, we are busy populating the Nairobi DAI platform. So if you give me your contacts, your business might be among the first businesses to be populated. We are starting in Nairobi, and we intend to roll out in 6 other Africa countries. We have just recently signed a $15 million MOU with Nairobi County to do digital addressing infrastructure for them, not just for the developed neighborhoods, but even the informal sectors of Nairobi. Once you're done with Nairobi, then we'll move into other cities around the country. Let us look at Africa. What are our infrastructure problems in Africa? Number one, we have lack of national addressing system. What we do have in Africa is PO box. True or false? And even that PO box doesn't work. I don't know how many of you received a letter in the last 3 years. Your power bill comes on the phone, right? You get your bank statement on your email. But we now need the address because we are no longer going to the shops. We are buying, and whatever it is you're buying is being delivered to us. So what do? When you want to give your address, you start saying, you see, there is this big house with a maroon roof and a big tree in front. So who will know that this is the maroon house you're talking about? It is our biggest challenge in Africa. And that is what BOBAB is looking at addressing. Last mile delivery. We'll find that, yes, you brought whatever you brought from, let's say, Mombasa to Nairobi or from China to Nairobi. But the amount of money that it will cost to deliver the last house is a big chunk of the transport fees of those goods. This is what we're trying to avoid. This is the issue that we want to solve. And by the way, we cannot unlock digital commerce unless DAI is implemented. And we are doing that. What are the advantages of DAI? Our drivers, our writers, we no longer need directions from customers as they deliver. All they have, the app is on the phone, and they can also tell where the client is because the client also has the app on their phone. They'll get there directly. If it's Ole Sereni, they will not come to Ole Sereni at the gate or the reception to ask, oh, I'm looking for so-and-so, where are they? No, it will be Ole Sereni, this particular room, if need be. And we're also looking at improving the time it takes to deliver because there is no going round and round and round, getting lost and asking for directions. And with this, we see other international players coming in this market big time, the likes of DHA, the likes of UPS, because there will be no hindrance to their ability to deliver whatever it is that they have to deliver. It is envisaged that the e-commerce market in Kenya will exceed $3.2 billion by end of this year. It is big time. You guys in this business, in this hall, you are busy selling, and we know it. And the KRA also knows. Now, what is the competitive landscape you're looking at here? We are looking at giving or providing or delivering an accurate mapping and navigation platform. And BOBAB is the first to market DAI in Africa. Nobody else has done it. The DAI features will be made available to other companies as an SDK. So you should be able to use it. Deliveries will be on time. That is the biggest challenge for both the owners of the business and also those who shop. And with this, of course, there will be a cost reduction. What are we saying here? I mentioned earlier that we are not just going to the build-up areas that have street names, that even unpaved streets with no name will be assigned a digital address. Somebody in Kibera, in Kawangware, should be able to order and you deliver at their house. You're talking about algorithm, the associated street names with visuals of nearby stationary objects. Of course, we'll use latitudes and longitudes to ensure that there is precision in the addresses that you're talking about. And with DAI, the phone location of the person you are delivering whatever parcel you're delivering to, will be able to help you get to your destination faster without getting lost. Ladies and gentlemen, as I said, my presentation was not as elaborate as hers because we don't have 400 tons to carry. Our 400 tons will be on your phone. Please prepare. Prepare to do things differently going forward. And I said, you being here today, you have the chance of being on that platform, being the first guys on that platform as we continue building this together with the Nairobi City County. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Another round of applause, please. I think these speakers have really challenged us. First of all, we've lost a plane. So we have a lot of work to look for a whole aeroplane. I don't know where we'll get it, but I'm sure you'll help me do that. And thank you very much, Geoffrey, for also challenging us about last mile delivery. Actually, there are people I feel we need to appreciate. When I finish the sentence, we'll give them a round of applause. Those delivery guys who go through the bustle of checking, where you are located, getting that house that is under the tree that was cut 2 years ago, and making sure that you actually get your delivery. Let's appreciate that guy. That guy. In the morning, we were told we all have that guy. So we have that guy who always goes to get what we need. Let's appreciate those. Then a moment of silence for that other delivery guy. So you order your newborn baby clothes, and then they end up being delivered to that bachelor neighbor of yours who throws very loud parties every weekend downstairs. And they're wondering either their mom got a delivery app and they've decided not to be subtle about grandkids anymore, or their ancestors are speaking to them that it's time to stop the loud parties and bachelor life. Thank you so much. We only have 1 minute, so I'll allow one question. Yes? One question? Yes. All right. First come, first served. We have a question there. There's a mic behind you.
My name is Nancy. My question goes to Shimanyula. This is a great product that you have, and the public address system is not very good in the country. If you go to the UK, they have like postcodes, so it's easy for you to access. So my question is, have you tried approaching the government? Because I know CAK was trying to do this so that we can all be your clients, but maybe through the government. You get what I mean?
You get what she means. I'll give you 45 seconds to answer that, Geoffrey.
Well, as I said, we've actually, in Kenya, we are set off with the Nairobi City County. That is government, okay? We had to start off somewhere. And from that, we'll extend to as far as it gets. One of the things I know is that when you order for something, in Nairobi, they deliver home. But when you take it out of Nairobi, you go and pick it from a different shop, because we don't have an address to those villages. We will even get to the villages at some point. But you're starting with a big, where there is big audience and captive audience, which is the CBD, which is Nairobi. Then we move to other cities before we go to the villages. So we'll reach wherever it is that you want us covered. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Geoffrey. Thank you very much as well, Patricia. As they go down, let's please clap for them. Asante sana. Now, a short exercise. Kindly, let's get our smartphones out. Let's get our smartphones out. Asante sana. We'd want to hear your opinions and feedback. So we will be displaying a QR code on the screen. Sorry, excuse me. There is a survey there. QR code. I'd dance as we wait, but sorry. Are we good? 1 minute? Okay, fine. It's fine. Anyway, we were about to break for tea. Geoffrey, are you giving us permission to break for tea? Do we take a tea break? Yes? Okay. So we'll have the QR code up. Let's just stretch a bit. Let's take 15 minutes. Let's network, and then we'll be back here to continue with the last two sessions. Don't forget, we have the eCommerce Awards, eCommerce Africa Awards coming up towards the end of the session. And we have two very critical discussions that are yet to happen around payment methods and fraud prevention. And we'll also be looking at advertising strategies and social networking management. As you go out, please urge anyone close to the door to get in. We'll give you that assignment so that we can start the next session.
Anyone during the break, just this break, not from morning, just this break, only 2 people. Oh my God, that break was called networking tea break. Okay, thank you very much. Now we are going to be joined on stage by the yet other powerhouses that we have in the room. We're going to be talking about payment method and fraud prevention. And we're going to hear from Victor Charles. Victor Charles is the head of growth and partnership at WapiPay. You can come on stage. I will want all of you to sit on stage, but so Victor, please come on stage. Clap for him. I will be vouching for, because I know when I call the next one, you will definitely clap without me asking you to clap for some reasons. Okay. So that is Victor. Is with WapiPay. You can see his good photo there and the title. We're going to have Mumbi and Stella. Mumbi and Stella is the interim. You see, now they are clapping without me asking. You see, I said it. Mumbi is the interim general manager at Stella. And then lastly, we will have John Muridi. John Muridi. Now, before even some people clap. John Muridi is coming, is the merchant sales and solutions lead at Visa. They are going to give us tips to keep in mind when implementing and diversifying the payment methods of your online store. And we are also going to have, is Grace here? Yes, Grace Gikonyo, head of public relations and marketing at Gigi. And from her, we will learn about safety measures and fraud prevention in the e-commerce sector. Now, we are going to get Aunt Stella, and please understand her. She has to run somewhere, so after her presentation, she will be stepping out. So don't get worried. So up to you, Aunt Stella, please.
Hello, everyone. How are you doing? How are you doing today? How's the tea? Okay, cool. So let me stand for this one. I like doing a very quick survey. How many people know Tala? Oh, wow. Okay, flip side. How many people have ever used Tala? At least once. Okay, it reduces significantly, and that's always true, and I'll talk a bit about that. But just to get us started, my pleasure to be speaking to you today, and we're very, very excited to also be a sponsor today. Great. So speaking a bit about Tala, a lot of people don't know the story of the founding of Tala, so I'd like to start with that and just give a bit more context. So if you think about Tala, we started in 2014. So let's take some steps back and talk about the situation of access to credit back in 2014. So essentially, if you did not have a bank account, you could not access credit. That's the long and short of it. So why Tala was founded, it was a question of saying, hey, there are a lot of amazing people who need credit, but are otherwise not part of the formal financial ecosystem. So how do we actually leverage data? And by us being a data science company, how do we leverage data and alternative sources of data to be able to underwrite? So essentially what we do is a lot of people are transacting on M-Pesa. We are able to leverage that data and determine your credit worthiness. So we normally check for three things. One is fraud. And I know part of the topics the team will be talking today about is fraud. Number two is actually a question of, do you actually have the ability to repay? And then number three is a tricky one, which is, are you willing to repay? So it's always a question of how do you take all these data points, feed it into a machine learning model, and be able to predict risk. So since then, we've been lucky to have served about 3.5 million Kenyans, but globally we have about 8 million customers. And fun fact, Tala exists outside of Kenya, so we do have presence in Philippines, Mexico, and India as well. And we're headquartered in Santa Monica. So myself, been with Tala for about 3 years now, previously leading our growth across all the different markets, and recently transitioned to lead our work in Kenya. So that said, as I wait for the screen to come back. So that said, we keep thinking about, okay, what is really important when it comes to credit? And some of the things we've always talked about is it's just a question of access, which is what the industry has been solving for the last 10 years. However, the other half becomes beyond just access, then how is the credit actually tied to the value that the customer is looking for? And as Tala, that's part of the evolution we've been doing over the last couple of years, where we think of it as we're trying to set up what we call the most flexible credit product in this market. So what does flexible mean? So if I look at this group, there's a lot of people in business, and fun fact, 70% of our lending today is actually going to business purposes. So not just business owners. A lot of Kenyans have side hustles, and especially e-commerce, you find someone is in the office and they have an Instagram shop. So these are some of the situations and cases that we've been able to fund through credit with our loan limits of between 1,000 to 50,000 Kenya shillings. So going back to the point I was making earlier, when it comes to flexibility, it's just a question of, we actually let you choose your due date. Yes, you heard that correctly. So essentially when you go into our apps, we will ask you, when do you think money will be coming in? Then you select the due date between 1 to 60 days. The other thing that we've really worked on is daily pricing, because we essentially learned that for a lot of customers, or rather a lot of businesses, they, for example, get money earlier and they don't want to be locked into the cost of their loan. So essentially, if you're able to make your money earlier, then you can actually come back and repay your loan and save money. The last thing that we're working on is actually enabling you to top up your loan. So let's assume you got money to start your business, grow your business, buy inventory, you needed some cash flow. Then if you need more money, you can actually go back to the app and top up your loan to your limit. So see, we're back. Great. So we're back. So I think the question, because I'm trying to keep it short and sweet, one of the questions someone asked me today is, why is Tala speaking as part of payments? Because I think a lot of us know Tala is a consumer brand. So what I wanted to share there is, think of Tala being more than the service that has enabled a lot of people to have businesses and set up businesses. But for now, we're saying that if you look at, let me give you a statistic. Actually, let me ask a question so that I make sure people are not sleeping. Who is the largest lender in this market today for consumers? Any idea? So you're all wrong. It's the shopkeeper. That is data from FSD. Why is it the shopkeeper? Because if you look at how Kenyans consume credit, essentially you'll go to the shop and say, hey, nisaidie yo skari, I will pay end month. So that's exactly what we think we're solving for, and starting from the sense of e-commerce, where we're saying, instead of you as the business owner, instead of you as the e-commerce platform taking a lot of that burden, then let's solve that for you with credit. So when your customer needs to buy something and you're unable to give them credit, then essentially that's where we come in and power payments through credit. So that's the big thing that we've been working on. And interestingly, we're looking to pioneer with a couple of players who spoke this morning and some of the bigger e-commerce platforms. However, the fancy tech word for it is embedded credit, but I like to simplify it to pay with Tala or check out with Tala. So future state, it's a situation where if you go to your e-commerce platform, you'll see M-Pesa, you'll see card, and you'll see Tala. So you can expect that as we're moving into next year, because for us, we're saying, let's take the burden off the hands of the MSME, off the hands of the e-commerce platform, and actually we will be able to fund that credit for any consumer. And essentially that is our way of contributing into the ecosystem and powering the movement of goods. So that said, I'll reiterate that our goal remains to be how we open up credit to bridge the gap that exists today in access, and especially with underserved communities. The other thing that I'll mention, because I can see a lot of female entrepreneurs in the room, some of our best repairs are actually old entrepreneurs who are women. So really, really focused on how do we empower women, especially in terms of access to credit and in terms of growing the We get trainers through companies such as Autonomy to support the businesses and so on and so forth. Because for us, we think of ourselves as wanting to be your long-term partner, and it's not about a single relationship just around credit. Thank you, everyone.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Victor Charles Bigire. I work for Wapi Money Transfer Limited, a remittance company licensed and regulated by the Central Bank of Kenya and Bank of Uganda. Our playbook has been, since inception, is powering transactions into China. We looked at it, most SMEs around in East Africa, they have the challenge of making payments into China. Almost 90% of the gadgets that we are holding now and how they are used are powered from China. And you realize that those SMEs have the challenge of they have an invoice. How will they pay? They'll walk into their banking service provider, fill in 17 pages of forms, and wait for 7 days for that transaction to get terminated into China, if it will be terminated, or a lot of back and forth really on tracking it. So we came up with a concept of powering those transactions real time into China through so many ways. We send you a QR code, you're able to scan and your payment done, or we send you a link really to key in, if you speak Chinese, key in those details and give us the instruction to terminate. Today, I'm here to just highlight everyone on matters touching on online payments, especially on fraud, and the tips that you need to know while doing that. I was not here to pitch for Wapi, but then if you want our services or you want to partner with us, I'm available. My contacts will be presented there. You can meet wherever I am. If you walk around me, you'll get my QR code and get my contacts. You went with it? You went with...
No, the card.
Oh. To start with, I'll just want on a top level really walk you through the pillars of e-commerce. You know, we've been talking of e-commerce here all through, but then do we get a little bit academic about it so that we get to understand really what is e-commerce and what is required. One of the pillars of e-commerce is the flexibility. This honestly is the cornerstone of modern e-commerce requirement, that if you have to play within that space, then you must have a platform that is flexible. So there are so many ways. Developers will help you. Users will expose this to you to make you understand that is your e-commerce platform really flexible. Then how scalable is your e-commerce? We get into this space and we've been talking of API integration. Tomorrow, the need that is today would really move. The platform that you have really scalable, and it can it interact and communicate with different types of platforms and APIs. So that as a service provider, then you need to check that your e-commerce really in modern world is scalable. Our e-commerce must support the omni-channel. Many a times we talk of e-commerce and everyone will think of having a laptop on your desk and starting to do the transactions. How then is your e-commerce accessible? From an app perspective, a web app or mobile app. And I've interacted with some via QR code. I've interacted with some who are now trying to do it through a USSD code. You fire USSD code, then you're loaded with a couple of information that you need to feed up. So your e-commerce must definitely be capable to support omni-channels. I've talked of the integrations, the APIs. Today we are living in a global village. If I'm selling the Maasai sandals, then I would expect that I'm able to communicate with someone in Brazil real time, in Peru real time, and that is powered through the integration, so to speak. I'll give example of Wapi. Then, if we are powering your transactions into China, we have API integrations into third party, some of them, or directly with the bank service providers in China, but they speak Chinese. So I remember when we were doing this, we had a challenge of developers sitting in China and coding in Chinese. So you look at the kind of things they're scribbling, you think the chicken who are walking around. But then your system must be able to be capable to integrate into those kind of systems and know where your market is. Then our e-commerce platforms must be customizable. One of the speakers in the morning, in the afternoon, was speaking of give your system to your grandma or a 5-year-old child, really to interact with. Then they'll be able to give you feedback of what your customers talk about it. Then if you're rigid then and you already have a feedback from surveys or just reviews on your website, then if you are rigid, then you won't be able to adopt and on board the challenges and recommendations that come as you go out. So we must be able to have our modern e-commerce customizable. If you find yourself handcuffed in legacy e-commerce systems that is keeping you from evolving as an organization, then I want to tell you with no fear of doubt that it's time to change. You'll rather be out of that market for 2 months but come up with something that you are not now marooned with the system. I know many a times as entrepreneurs and business people, when we get into the market, then we rush into signing these SLAs. And we talk of, you'll be running on my platform, but then you have to be with me for the next 5 years. On the second year, you realize that that system is not working for you. I mean, that's why lawyers went to law school. Do away with that SLA. Give it to your lawyer, then you can meet in court, but make sure you are not handcuffed. None would like you to be handcuffed. That's what I mean, yeah. Then, just to take you a notch higher, there are methods of payment. There are quite a number. And, there's the debit, credit cards, payments, stored value cards, electronic funds transfer, mobile money, digital wallets. I've been really struggling where I place PayPal and Apple because to me they must be riding on one of the aforementioned one. But then people know them as payment methods. So these methods, as you get into the space, you really need to know which one would you want. Your customers, the customers whom you want to serve, or whom you will want to onboard after you've gone on, where would you want to get them? So you must be very much aware of the payment methods that are available and the new ones that are coming in the market. In e-commerce, my background is compliance and finance crime, so I speak most of it to in regard to compliance and finance crime, so to speak. In e-commerce, so many people will talk about it, but there's this hot cake that people don't always want to address: fraud in e-commerce. And many a times when it happens, including with the big brand blue chip companies, they will hire the likes of George, PR guys, really to see on how, or my sister Chebet, see on how do we communicate that to our customers, because they fear talking about it to the people. But then, if you know how to detect this, then you are able to, preempt what could happen and put in place really necessary measures to prevent that from happening. E-commerce is fast-paced, honestly, and it's very competitive. And at times, to me, every time, it's really challenging. And if you don't up your game, because of the speed that it goes, right now, ChatGPT is here, and I know developers will take an hour to develop the entire system for Ripple, in 1 hour, something that took Ripple about 3 years to develop to where they are now. But because ChatGPT is here, and because the e-commerce is really running faster, and the technology that is here today will not be really there tomorrow. So if we don't up our games and get to those challenges, then you are really exposed. We know so well that while e-commerce allows retailers to access the global audience, it also opens doors for bad agents. I know of students, some of them were my schoolmates, and he just decided that, me, I'm a professional hacker. I mean, and he's proud of it. Yeah. This is the same person I was competing with in class. Then today I have a chance. I'm lucky to be employed. But he comes and tells me, man, I'm not employed. I'm a professional hacker. And I was competing with him while we were doing our group studies. He borrowed quite a bit from my brain. I borrowed quite a bit from his brain. And he's sitting on the other side. You can imagine that kind of fight. So do you go plead with him, or do you, so it's a challenge. So while those ones happen, we must be, as e-commerce players, be very much aligned and up to speed on the challenges that are coming on board with that. So while there are those types of frauds that we don't want to talk about, and I told you, wherever something happened, if any bank today in Kenya is hit, they don't want to call the press and own up. We were hit and we lost 3 billion. I mean, speak about it. That's the only way you heal. I was told by one of my friends, speak about it. So there are types of frauds that we must know, right? We don't need to keep it. My brother here, they power transactions through cards, and they don't want really to give us monthly reports or annual reports or biannual reports on how many cards were fraudulently used. I mean, that is the only time then we will be able to get that information and get to know about it. I mean, everyone will be using a card, but there's been that fear that, my card is exposed. I'm not going to use my card online. But then if the card card service providers will be giving us that information as it is, then we'll be able to. So we have transactional frauds that happens when bad agents purchase with stolen cards. We have photochromatic eyes. If I'm sitting next to my sister Sylvia and I see a card, I'm able to pick the see what at the back. Yes, I'm able to pick that, and I'm able to sit somewhere and do purchases. So that is quite a challenge. But there are those which we call friendly. They are called first-party frauds. They fall in three categories. There's the innocent or accidental one. But my son, if I do, takes my card and accidentally does a purchase. Then when that comes to me, I'm wondering, how did this happen? That's a friendly fraud, right? Yeah, it's a friendly fraud. The son just wanted to buy a charger from China. Then he used the dad's card, but I did not know about it. It's fraud, but friendly. Then there's opportunistic fraud. Request weaponized by opportunistic and dissatisfied customers. I come to your online store, I purchase probably a merchandise or something, but then the process of delivery pissed me off. Then I just decide to weaponize you in whatever way. I'll get hold of that thing, open it up, and I return it to your store. I mean, goods. I don't know why online stores does not have this term and condition of goods once sold. I mean, you've sold the good, let it go. I mean, and you pay. Yeah. Then there's the malicious friendly fraud, where customers know in advance that they are going to request for a chargeback and malice. We decide, 7 of us, that we are jumping onto this online store. We are making requests because there is a wedding for my brother George. Then we use those suits, but we know so well that we return these suits. Yeah, I mean, those ones happen. So we must be so cautious about it. And when that happens, the banks, because they are the people, they are the big boys, they punish us. It's very expensive running an online store. I know for those who are there. Then return fraud. Here, there are quite a number. We have received fraud where using reused or stolen falsified online receipts. I go today, do an online shopping on your platform, you give me a receipt, I make triplicate copies. Then we come for refund. And then if you don't do it, and especially Kenyans, those who are not Kenyans don't listen to this. Kenyans on the social media, we are respected worldwide. So any single thing that happens and a receipt is shown, one of the stores around, I realized there was a receipt going around. Someone who cannot even validate, is not a forensic guy, will write an essay about that receipt. And Kenyans will jump onto it. And what makes it worse, even the brands that are really respected would want to ride on them to get so many followers, and they will tweak that kind of thing, and just ride on it. Then there's one that I really find funny. I call it bricking. Purchase of a working electronic item and deliberately damage it, or they remove it and then bring it back to you. Yeah. So those frauds, as online service providers, e-commerce service providers, we must be aligned with all of them. And make sure that while you are providing the service online, you find ways of mitigating and really stopping, not really stopping, but curbing the rate at that of that. But then even the banks who provide us with this service, if I go to a bank and or my processor, my card processor, while there is a claim that comes, please, I know most of the time you hold the money. You're holding this money and I was already supplied and I've already paid. I mean, we need to get to a conversation about those terms and conditions on card acquiring and for those people issuing MIDs. Because you don't, yes, you're coming to me with a condition, but then look at me as somebody who is also giving you business. With those so many few remarks, thank you very much.
Yeah. So good afternoon. So my name is John. I don't know whether my presentation is up yet. If it's not yet up, don't worry. So, how many are married in this room? Huh? Okay. So for the guys who are not married, I'll tell you a joke as these guys try to put up the presentation. So there are these four, five guys who are in the club, and they have gone for a sauna one of those late evenings, and they have left their phones outside. Then one phone rings, and the guy who was walking out, just picked it up without checking, because they were all Samsungs. I guess most of us have those Samsungs. And there's a lady on the other side, and she says, "Hi, honey." And he says, "Hi, dear. So I'm at the jewelry shop, and I need to buy a necklace that you owed me for my birthday." He says, "How much is it?" "It's 10,000. "Okay, go ahead and buy." Then she says, "Oh, by the way, and I forgot, I needed to fuel and change the tires of my car." He says, "Okay, how much is it?" 45,000. And then she says again, and I'm passing by the kids' school, and on the way to the kids' school, one of the parents had requested if we can support her with a birthday for her son. He's like, "Huh? Birthday for her son? Why would we do that?" She says, "She's a good friend of mine," and the conversation goes on. "How much is that?" "Now 50,000. So at the end of the day, she spent maybe 300,000. That was the conversation. And then she says, "Okay, see you, sweetie. See you in the evening. Bye, hon. Bye, hon." The guy puts down the phone. Then he looks, by this time, the other three gentlemen have walked out. Then he looks at them and the guys are looking at him in shock. And he looks at them and says, "Whose phone is this?" So, why I'm telling you that is so that you know, whenever you're with other men, also manage your phone wherever you are. So my name is John Mushiri, and I'm from Visa. I'm fortunate to work in a great organization. I look after merchant acquiring for East Africa, and happy to be here with you to exchange ideas of how we can grow e-com. Now, one of the things that, and I'm sure a lot of you guys, especially this being a seminar for e-commerce, you must know that after COVID-19, what was the biggest change in the way we do our retail shopping or what we buy? What happened? There was an explosion, isn't it, on e-commerce, isn't it? Not just for Africa, but across the world. But from an African and Kenyan perspective, there was a double-digit growth, okay? And that growth has not stopped for the last 3 years. So why I'm telling you that is because as we plan our businesses and look forward to what we want to do, digital presence or e-commerce presence has got to be a fundamental pillar of what we do. So from a Visa perspective, those are our numbers that you see there. So if I start from maybe to the, you guys are to the right, yeah. Let me. Sometimes it confuses me. So those are our numbers. We power about 100 million merchants across the world. Okay, out of those, couple of millions are in Africa, but the opportunity in Africa in terms of merchant presence is 60 million merchants. Why I'm throwing these numbers at you guys is because the opportunity on e-commerce is significantly more than sometimes we envision when we are seated in a room like this. And for us to get there, what are the fundamentals that we need to do? So if I go in terms of what some of the things that we do as Visa, some of you might know us. I think Victor referred to us, and you know, some of you know Visa as the guys who offer cards, ile kakadi, So when I joined Visa, that was my perception as well. So if you ask me, what does Visa do? I'll tell you, we are a technology company because we power more than the cards. We offer the online presence. We have solutions that manage fraud for you. You don't need to worry about it. We have solutions that can help you. So I'll give you an example. So today, and Victor mentioned it around fraud, one of the biggest challenges we have is that you find when I go online to shop, I'm afraid of leaving my card details, isn't it? Because you're afraid of being hacked or someone will capture the details or, you know? So there are certain solutions that address all those. And one of the things that we need to do as industry, and I'm saying as industry, is because industry involves you, the consumer who is shopping online. It involves the person who is providing for you the online platform. It involves the bank who has issued you that card. It involves Visa, the person who is powering all those transactions. Okay? That's why I say as industry. One of the things we need to do is that make sure that when customers go online, they are empowered from a knowledge perspective. What are the things to watch out for? What do I need to do? And I think that is one thing that lacks, especially from our contextual perspective. So what have we done as Visa? So one of the things that we have consistently done is that we are empowering banks now to have fraud detection mechanisms such that you as a consumer, by the time they issue you a card, they are educating you in terms of what to do when you go online. And we have solutions like CyberSource, Visa Secure, that ensure that when you are online, as long as your card is secured and has a brand Visa, it cannot be hacked into in terms of the CVP behind. So that detail that you leave behind, we ensure that we protect it. So that's the first thing that we are doing. The second thing, what we have realized is that there are a lot of people who are offering digital commerce or online commerce, but some of the people who offer it is lack of knowledge from their perspective in terms of what are the things to make sure that from a fraud perspective, my customers are not hacked. We as Visa are very innovative. So in Nairobi, we have an innovation center, which is right in our office. And the purpose of the innovation center is exactly that. It is to address what are the challenges we are seeing futuristically. How is fraud mitigating? How is fraud evolving? Some of the issues that are coming through. What are the things that we see from a 2-year, 3-year outlay? And how do we prevent, how do we protect for that? And we involve also our stakeholders. So that means, so if it's someone like Victor or any of these other or any of these other people who are offering online solutions for you, we make sure that from a Visa perspective, we are securing you as a consumer. So one of the things that we do is to partner with people, other partners who offer online, to make sure that we secure you from that perspective. Now, if you ask me this also from beyond fraud. Yesterday, when I was buying, and as I told you, online has become the new way of buying things. So yesterday, I went home and my kids asked me. One wanted pizza. It was it was a special. So I have a special night that my daughter, I buy for her something once a month. So it was yesterday. So she went online and she bought pizza. I won't say who she bought it from. But in her buying, my son wanted something else. Again, okay, from the same place. But remember, I had already ordered her order. So I went online again, ordered my son's order. So, so what happens is that I had already checked out on my girl's order. So I go, my son, I order, and I check out. As I check out, I see an extra cost of delivery. So there's a number to call, I call, and I say, hang on, I can see the previous order that I just gave you barely 5 minutes ago is still in the kitchen, right? So it's not out for delivery, right? So I say, add the order of my second order into the first order so that you bring it as one order. Isn't it? Makes sense, right? As a parent, yeah. So the girl listens to me. She says, unfortunately, our system doesn't allow for that. I said, what do you mean it doesn't allow for that? She says, because each order is billed a delivery charge on that specific order. There and then they lost me. There and then, I'm serious, in terms of being a future customer. I had to place this order because of my son, but being a future customer, it means that I won't order 2 orders from you because I know I order 2 orders from you. As long as there's a separate, as long as each order has checked out, you will charge me a delivery. So I said, hey, these guys. Now, why I'm giving you that example is because user experience fundamentally changes for you the landscape. Beyond security, the next thing you need to watch out for is user experience. For us as Visa, we make sure that we are able to help you from that perspective, whether it's customer data analytics that you need. We have capability to be able to mine data for you, to tell you this is the kind of customers that are buying online from you, and this is how you need to position your products. So we have that capability. Now, from a checkout perspective, one of the things that we have seen that happens on, especially people who are buying online, is leaving the cart, isn't it? That happens a lot, yeah? So you find, if you go to your website, how many people have dropped their carts, they never come back. So one of the solutions then we have as Visa is Visa Checkout Service. It ensures that those things don't happen. It's very important to make sure that you have a good customer experience and you're able to do that to give the customers the right profile and the right products and give them a good customer experience all the way to checkout. So I've just brought that example to you so that you remember it at the end of the day. Now, and I know my time is almost over. So from an innovations perspective, please, if you're thinking of going to create an online presence, please come and speak to us. As I've mentioned, we have our innovation center and we are more than open to collaborate with people, partners, so that we are able to drive the solutions that we want to see. For us as Visa, we are very committed. The next phase of growth across the world, and it's known by a lot of people, especially in our world from a technology perspective, is Africa. Africa is the next phase of growth. So you as an entrepreneur, as an e-commerce provider, knowing that e-commerce is growing double-digit, how do you make sure that you're ready for the next phase? Please speak to us. We are more than happy to engage and see that we are able to deliver value for all our stakeholders together. There's an African proverb that says that if you want to walk fast, walk alone. But if you want to walk far, walk together. That is how we want to drive this forward as far as Africa is concerned. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. My name is Grace Gikonyo. I'm the head of PR and marketing at Gigi Kenya. And I'll be talking about safety measures and fraud prevention. I feel like this is a very convenient topic for us as Gigi. If you know, you know. By show of hands, who knows OLX? Okay. By show of hands, who know Gigi? By show of hands, who's been defrauded by OLX? By show of hands, who's been defrauded by Gigi? The numbers go down. Now, there is a very big difference between OLX and Gigi. Let's start first by understanding that. There was a focus group we held last year, and it was amazing to see how people said they've been defrauded by OLX/Gigi. OLX was bought by Gigi in 2019. It was operational for the longest. I was one of the victims of fraud on OLX. But Gigi came on board, and as one of my colleagues was just talking about how COVID was part of the reason why people got into the e-commerce space. Actually, Gigi grew in 2020. So this is my third year in Gigi. I've been in the PR and marketing industry for 7 years now. I got to be able to create numerous campaigns in Uganda, Tanzania, and also Kenya. And recently I was able to win the top digitally fit PR practitioner of the year award. And thank you. So Gigi, I'll describe Gigi in different ways. In layman terms, I always say it's an online market. We've been compared to Jumia, we've been compared to everything, OLX, but Gigi is an online market. As you go to Gikomba, for those who are in Kenya, who are based in Kenya, and for those who are not based in Kenya, I don't know which market you're familiar with, but in Kenya, we have Gikomba, which is very common, or Kamukunji. When you go to Gikomba, you meet a seller. As a buyer, you go and meet a seller. You interact with the seller independent of Gikomba market management. Now, whatever happens between the two of you is none of Gikomba market management business. It's between the two of you. Now, you as a seller, if you're a Gikomba market seller, you'll pay for the space. Now, let's go back to Gigi. When you are a seller on Gigi, our market is actually very free. We only charge if you want to increase visibility or you have a number of categories. And when I joined Gigi, I think my trips to police stations were more than the number of times I was in the office. Because every time we could be called, there's a buyer, or we are trending on Twitter because of what and what. And I just want to be clear first. When you put safety measures, it's just like in a country, when you have police officers, they're still law breakers, they're still criminals, right? You wouldn't be working at 2 a.m. if you're living in Kayole and you know it's unsafe. It's because you know how it is in that area. So safety has to start with you. So let's start by saying that before I embark in my presentation. So I have a two-part presentation. One is the overall e-commerce, and now I'll delve deeper into what you want to know, Gigi. So fraud is when there is the intentional deception or misrepresentation in order for someone to be able to get something out of you. So that can be money, it can be goods, it can be sensitive information, whatever, it's personal, whatever gain that person needs to have. Then there is e-commerce fraud. Some people call it payment fraud. So this is where there's false transaction that happens in an e-commerce platform. And as my colleague was talking about the different types of e-commerce frauds, there are account takeover. This is where someone acts like you as a user and gains control over your account. So if you're a seller on Gigi, someone takes over your account and acts as the seller on your behalf and as a transaction or as a buyer. Then there's the identity theft. It's interesting that the other day DCI came to look for me, and I was being told that someone bought something from Gigi, and they said from Gigi. They didn't buy from Gigi, they bought from that seller. We only gave the platform. So we were asked to give details, and I asked the DCI representative, what do you have first before I give you the details that I have? And he said, I have the pay bill number, the equity pay bill number, and I have the Airtel number. So I asked him, when you went to Equity, what did they tell you about this seller? And they said, because you have to have the process. And they said, sorry to blast Equity, sorry if you're here. But the DCI said that the person used an ID card of a deceased person. Now that's identity theft. And I realized that every other industry is affected by fraud. That was equity. Airtel did not have the details of the person. And of course, when they were coming to us, it's because there was a dead end from that side. And friendly fraud, just as my colleague talked about. And then there is also transactional fraud. As we look at it in a different way, there are 3 types in Gigi. Transactional fraud happens when, one, a seller sells something that is not existing. That has happened a lot. You buy a car and there is no car. You've been told to buy something and you cannot see it. Secondly, it's when during the transaction, I was just interacting with someone outside there and they were telling me something that happened to them when OLX was existing, and someone gave them a phone and then it was working, and then he asked back so that he can change the SIM card. There was a problem with the SIM card and he was given a wrong phone, which was not working. It was the display phones. So that's something that also happens. That's a transactional fraud. And there are people who also have been killed in the process of meeting each other, buyer or seller. Okay? So there are methods of which people get their data stolen. And one of the things I was reading about Amazon, and there's someone who pretended to be a seller who's a fraudster and went to the site and acted like he's selling a certain item, got a buyer, the buyer logged in with a credit card and everything, and he used the right seller to get the item for this buyer, but got all the details of this person, this buyer. So the credit card details were taken by the fraudster and you do not know where they'll be used. Sometimes they use a duplicate website. You see gigi.co.k. You log into it and you think it's us, but you've been defrauded in the process and you think it's us or any other site. There are different ways where e-commerce can detect fraud. One of the ways is IP address verification. If you want to track a fraudster, sometimes they use different IP addresses. And if you're used to maybe selling Nairobi, Mombasa, and Nakuru, and this time you see a lot of Mandera, a lot of Turkana. I don't want to say Mandera and Turkana people are not good, but if you see that a lot, then it's a point of concern. What is happening? You need to investigate. Another thing is email address verification, to just know, is this the email address that belongs to this person? There's also the phone number confirmation, the multiple orders with duplicates. There is also another one with large orders and another one with very few orders. I'll explain the 3. Multiple orders with duplicates. You don't know why someone is duplicating these orders. That's a bit fishy. And also when there is a large order, someone who's taken someone's credit card or card details does not know the pain of getting this money. So of course they'll misuse the card. There are also others who will maybe even spend $1 to just check if this card is functioning, and then they will continue now using it. So if you look at those 3, you'll also manually just understand that this is also fraud. Then always have confirmed fraudulent customers' details so that you can also know when this person is trying to access, there's something wrong. And there's the ID or passport verification, very key, especially now that people are using deceased people ID. It's not ID, just giving ID, but verification of these IDs. And I'll not explain much about these ones because my colleague touched on some, but there's one that is happening on Gigi and I'll just talk about it. Negative fake reviews. There's a section where if you've already interacted with the seller, you're asked to review the seller. And there are people who are competitors who write negative reviews in order for that person not to get the customers. And it's very sad to see that competition is becoming, it's now an enmity among people. And the other thing that you need to look at as buyers, I always say, if something is too good to be true, think twice. And it's actually true even on our site, sad to say, but it's actually true because we do a lot of safety campaigns. We've done Honor Field Try Alafu Buy. That was in 2020 when we just stepped into the market. And there's something we realized. There are people who sell. I think someone told me they bought a Note 3 in 2020 at 35K. That wasn't the amount that people were buying it at. So if you see something is too good to be true, there's someone who lost all his savings and on a car that was not existing. So check first, research, and before you even buy something, go and check it. And then also check different sites to understand what's the actual price of this kind of products. And insist on paying after delivery. We always talk about it on GG every time, but there are people who still insist that you should pay before. Please do not accept that. And always insist on seeing where your delivery is before you get it. For retailers and sellers, there are those retailers who already have online stores. Always have, someone asked me, if you were to get an ID part where you're supposed to write your ID, would you really write your ID to get a product? I'd say yes. And please encourage people to also do the same for safety. The other thing is also when you're taking an item to a place, make sure that you send a confirmation email. If it bounces several times, now start thinking about it, or even call that person and see and check to see if they're actually legit or not. And always have an internal negative file database to know that these are the scammers, these are people who've been reported, and do the necessary actions if you have to report them, if you have to block them. And the other one on e-commerce as a whole, one of the things that we should have, which also affects our buyers or our users when it comes to account takeover, is not having strong passwords. Anyone with an Apple here? Anyone with an iPhone? Raise your hand if you have an iPhone. When you're creating an Apple ID, you get so many times being told, create a stronger password until you get angry. But they're trying to protect you as a user. So the same should go to any e-commerce store. Two-factor authentication, firewall usage, it's like a fence to protect you as well and protect your users from the outsiders. And if you suspect there are suspicious logins, also investigate on that. HTTPS usage is also very important, not HTTP, HTTPS, and always check if that site is also secure as a buyer before you start transacting. Now, if we focus on Gigi's approach to fraud prevention, if you log into Gigi, first of all, if you are on Gigi, I'd advise you to check our data privacy, because there are people who come to report. I think I've been to, industrial police. I've been to Kayole police station. I've been to different police stations and I've had to explain how Gigi is very different from other e-commerce. I was about to remove a buyer from the sale and I was about to be put back in the sale because I was told I am the seller. So the problem is people do not understand Gigi's data privacy, and how we even use your data. One of the things when you go to our website or our platform, however you log in, either through the app or the website, you'll get the details of the phone number, the email, and then if you're on Truecaller, it automatically fills for us, so it's easier and better. And we do a lot of profile checks to understand who you are as a seller. We have close to 200,000 sellers, and we have a whole call center that does profile checks and to ensure that our buyers are also safe. We also have buyers who defraud sellers, and that's also under investigation. We work closely with the cybercrime at DCI. And we also ask identity documents. If you look at categories that have a lot of fraudsters, that's electronics, mobiles, cars. If you're a seller, we always ensure that you have an ID verification. And we always monitor everyone's usage. We make sure we take necessary actions to report any kind of fraud that we are able to see. For our integrity, as I said before, we have done a lot of dispute resolution with Kenya Police this year. I think my name in cybercrime is known now because of the many cases that we've had to handle. We do a lot of audits when it comes to understanding who is this seller, who is this buyer. And we have also had the AI-based the anti-fraud technology that has been input in our site. We do a lot of user education. The user education come in the form of email campaigns. We normally send out the emails to just make sure that you understand the tricks that people are coming up with, the in-app notifications and alerts. If we have your phone number, we always send. We also have a lot of social media in terms of TikTok. If you look at our TikTok, you'll see so many incidences that we've created to show you the actual things that people do to defraud others. So we also have the platform guidelines, which I talked about, the data. And we also do a lot of offline awareness campaigns. We've done community forums. If you've seen the Honor Field Try Alafu Buy, that was part of the major campaign on scams. I don't know if this can play, but if you look at our scam rate this year, we started in January, I think it was at 2.3%. It's now decreased to 1.3%. You can clearly tell. By the way, we won as the safest e-commerce platform recently. So it's no doubt that we've had a lot of things to be done to ensure that we are here. And in conclusion, I'd say that we are growing as e-commerce, and so are the fraudsters. Now it's not what was happening in the supermarkets where people are picking items and going with them. Now it's the fact that people have realized Black Friday is coming up and there'll be a lot of users going online to buy. That's when fraudsters come. Let's be vigilant as e-commerce platforms. Let's put safety measures that can be able to get rid of these scam tricks. And as Chris Butler said, trust is earned when actions move towards. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Wow, what an informative panel. I think as they go down, I can say that my take home here is, I think Grace has an honorary degree in criminology, I think. Who agrees with me? So if you want to know how to handle criminals and policemen, please see Grace after this. Okay, I'm kidding. I think it's a call to action as the marketplaces and the e-commerce platforms do their job on ensuring that we have safe payment processes. Then also the buyers and sellers using these platforms have some assignments to do to also make sure that they are doing the same. Thank you very much, John, Victor, and Grace, for this very informative session. Asanteni sana. Someone left me their phone. I don't know if I should order something. Okay, we'll get it to them. All right, so we are coming to a close and we have our final panel for the day. Our last session today is about marketing and commercial. So leading us in this discussion, we have Moses Kemibaro, founder and CEO, .Savvy. I hope I said the name right. We have Millie Abila, founder, Pesco Digital. Please join us on stage. Kindly appreciate her as she comes. We have Nimish Hadoli, CEO, Agency Africa. Kindly join us on stage. And we have Brenda Mwirichia, CEO, Pick and Dale Solutions. Thank you. So our esteemed speakers will sensitize us on tips to attract and improve our clients, keys to search engine optimization, search engine marketing, advertising strategies, and social network management. As I step down, just a brief announcement. If you are a car owner for KDG 203W, KBL 510N, and KCN 783L, please attend to your vehicles at the basement parking. The security will guide you when you get down there. Thank you. Please go ahead. Do you have a mic? Moses, you can start us off.
Do I stand? Do I sit? How do we do this?
Feel free. Whichever you feel works for you.
I prefer standing.
Yeah, so that you can see anyone maybe falling asleep.
Well, it's kind of hard to see with that light. So, in the interest of time, good evening, everyone. I believe in what we usually call the graveyard shift. So it's our job to make sure you guys stay interested, even if we have a scenario where you'd rather get out and have some of the cocktail, right? So I'll be presenting mostly on content marketing and social media. I need to do this in 20 minutes. So whoever's running the slides, please go ahead. So that's all the stuff I've done professionally. The most important thing on that slide is that I'm an Arsenal supporter. All right? And if you know anything, unlike our other friends from Manchester, last night was not a good night. But Arsenal won 4-0, and I'd like to say, Mambo ni matatu. We just keep winning. We can't stop. So let's go to the next slide. Oh, where's the clicker? Technologia. Good, good. So what's the digital landscape looking like today? Number one, COVID changed everything, right? We started working from home. My company, we still work from home. And it's working. 3.5 years, it works. We saw a situation in Kenya where e-commerce for the very first time actually became a thing. Now, I've been working in this space for over 20 years, and never have I seen what happened in the last few years in Kenya in terms of the potential. These are the social media platforms globally that are performing really well. The one that makes a lot of interest there is TikTok. This is Kenya as of last year. You can see that TikTok is number 4. Right now, the thing I'm going to tell you right now that's important is TikTok is not just about dancing or twerking, all right? It's about posting interesting content with an algorithm that can actually get your content seen. Again, these are our numbers in Kenya. The numbers are completely wrong, especially around social media. That number is closer to 25, maybe even 30 million, okay? But the most interesting thing about this slide is how much time you Kenyans are spending on your phone. If you're spending 4 hours a day on your phone, are you getting any work done? Right? But more importantly, it's telling us something that consumer behavior is mobile first in this country. If you're going to do your digital and your social media well, you need to use something called SoStack, which I'm sure Nimish knows. Yeah, you need to understand your current situation. You need to understand your objectives, your strategy, your tactics, your actions, and control. In the interest of time, we can't get into the details, but that framework is what makes everything work. It's also important to understand the customer journey. How do customers come to you? Did they see an ad? Did they listen to a podcast? Did they look at your social media? Presumably they consumed your content. A transaction happened online or offline, and that person became a customer. But it's also very important to understand the conversion funnel in terms of how did they become aware of you? What made them engage with your content? What then made them consider buying your product or service? But more importantly, even after converting, how do you keep them on your brand? The social media platforms that matter the most are these. I will confess the one in yellow and the one in black, I'm still learning how to use. I'm not even sure if Snapchat is still a thing, but I understand many women in Kenya use it because of the filters. The same way when you ask men in Kenya, do you use Pinterest? They ask you, what is Pinterest? What many men don't know is chances are their house was decorated on Pinterest, and their wedding was planned on Pinterest. True or false? Yeah? So what matters most when it comes to managing your social media? You need social media content calendars to plan your content. You need to do updates that are helpful and useful content. The worst content you can post is something like we won an award because it doesn't bring value to your customers. Talk about what brings value to them. The content can be also shared content. It doesn't have to be stuff you created. And make sure you schedule to publish your content at the times that your audience is most active. Platforms like Facebook and Instagram show you exactly when. The process is very simple. Start off by listening, right? You know the biggest problem with men, we never listen. Huh?
But if we listen, we start to understand what's actually happening around our brand and our competitors. That then gives us an insight to create the content that's going to drive engagement. And as engagement starts to happen, what happens is we then reach a point where customers actually become advocates, so that without even you telling them to do so, they support and protect your brand. So for instance, if there's somebody from Apple in this room and they want to give me the iPhone 15 Pro Max, I will gladly promote them. Yeah, because I love everything Apple. So what's the importance of digital content? It brings to life who you are and what you do as a brand. It helps you connect to your audience, and it also builds authentic relationships through contextually relevant content. And it's a big deal because we're reaching a point where consumers are not even looking at advertising. Consumers need to see your brand as being a friend or somebody they can connect to. So moving to a place where you're creating content that actually makes you the destination and not the distraction. Okay, this is really important. Create content that actually brings value. What content performs best? Is it unexpected? Right now we're all saying Mambo ni Matatu. Where did that come from? How does your brand play in that space? How do you become contextually relevant? Does it have movement and motion? Does it have lots of color? Does it eye catch? Does it thumb stop if you're scrolling? Are the visuals interesting? And does it engage in a way that your audience actually find interesting? The most critical thing is, if you want to drive conversations around your brand, which eventually lead to conversions, it's a function of content and your social media connections, which then drive those conversations. The content should be focused on what your audiences want and need. Give them solutions, give them stuff they can use, helpful and useful, entertaining content also, and also storytelling. How can we use storytelling to connect? The most important content today is what we call visual and video content. Images, YouTube, and yes, emojis. Even the shows and gukars are using emojis. True or false? 82% of consumer internet traffic in the world is now video. When my children go on the TV to search, they don't search Google, they search YouTube. They don't read the content, they want a video to tell them the answer. We have a whole demographic today that if you're not creating video content, they don't consume you. If they don't consume you, they cannot buy from you. These guys are being trained on TikTok, Instagram, and so forth to literally search for videos. In fact, TikTok is now eating into Google's search traffic because the youth don't even go to Google. Imagine that. And the data is there to prove it. Kenyans, 96% any kind of video. Yeah? It's saying a lot. People complain about data bundles, but we just love to watch video. So if you're not creating video as a brand, guess what? You're irrelevant, especially for those young guys. And the kind of video that performs best is what we call short form video, the TikToks, the YouTube shorts, and also the Instagram and Facebook reels. This is vertically oriented content, typically within 3 minutes at most. If you can't get your message out in that time, it doesn't work. I'm shocked at the kind of TikTokers we have in this country who even have 10 million followers. How many brands in Kenya have 10 million followers on their social media pages? Name one. Not even Safaricom. Yet the individuals who have got serious following on TikTok, up to 10 million followers. As we continue, it used to be 5 seconds. You now only have 3 seconds to get attention and the potential for conversion. If your content does not make a connection in 3 seconds, guess what? That young person who's a potential future customer disappears. 3 seconds is your window of opportunity. So often in a lot of organizations today, they're getting young people to help them understand how to create content that can make a connection in 3 seconds. Because it's almost like a new dialect. It's a new way of communicating digitally. It is not Facebook. It is not even Instagram. It's a new TikTok way of doing things. Keep it simple. Something called too long didn't read. These guys don't read. I call them the ones with the dreadlocks and the tattoos. They don't read. They want to watch a video. They want to be entertained by your content, right? If you're not creating that kind of content, that future customer is gone. Make sure that your content is fit for platform. You do not take what you created on TikTok and post it on LinkedIn. You don't create what you posted on LinkedIn and put it on Facebook. Different dimensions, different audience, different context. Think about how you package and repackage content to speak to that demographic. Instagram, and specifically Reels and TikTok, is for young people more than anything. LinkedIn is for mubabas. True or false? Right? Storytelling is key. You do not just go out there and have posts that are just saying, buy, buy, buy our product. This is a very good illustration of the power of storytelling. This is a family that moved to the US, and unfortunately, they lost everything just as the pandemic was starting. There's a very popular Facebook page called The Humans of New York. Maybe you've heard of it, maybe not. All they do is tell stories about people. They heard about their plight. These guys were kicked out of their house. They lost everything. And they started a story. And you can see the first post there is 9 of 12. The last post before the ask is there saying, if you think this story has moved you, please support this family. And what do you see in terms of the fundraiser? How much money is that? A good story led to this family getting $1.2 million. $2 million as a result of them feeling emotionally connected. An example of engaging content. This is a Facebook group that I'm a part of in my residential area. It is a very boring Facebook group. All you see is wives and husbands looking for a cooker, a used bed, etc. And it's just very quiet. You know, I'm looking for somewhere for my kids to go on the weekend, bouncing castle. And then one day, this dude shows up. Yeah? And he says, not personal trainer, personal home trainer. Is he wearing a t-shirt? There's even a lady that says Jesus is Lord. Did that get your attention? Look at how many comments are there, 350. Guys, content doesn't have to be serious to get engagement. This one is even better. This is a few years ago, and it happened on a Saturday morning, and of course I'm a social media guy. I think we all celebrate KCB. But KCB decides to chokoza Co Bank. Tell them, hey, watch a level, give a shout out to Co Bank. No one ever talks to them. Clap back. Hey KCB, we've got your gift. A lifetime of subscription to Masponyo Attention Speakers Anonymous. Hope you make a full recovery. This is not fancy graphics, this is memes coming from two of the biggest banks in this country. Why are you being so serious on your social media if these guys can have fun? Content can be interesting and engaging. Of course, as an Arsenal fan, I had to drop this. This was Danny Welbeck, formerly of Arsenal, who we got from Man United. We know what happened to them yesterday. And he scored a magnificent goal on that day. And when he went to the corner, he sprinkled some salt. Yeah? And this is what influencers do to us. They influence us to do what they do. And quite often, if you as a brand is telling people to do what you think they need to do, they don't pay attention. It's like you're talking to yourself. So what's the goal? But there's a difference between influencers and key opinion leaders. The influencer is the, hey guys, welcome to my channel, right? The key opinion leader is the guy who makes you think about buying a new product like a phone or maybe a car. It's a different type of person. But anyway, you talk to you about your brand, nobody pays attention. The influencer talks about your brand, and you start to pay attention, and then ultimately everyone starts talking about your brand. In fact, we have an influencer here on the front area of this room, and she can sell. So how do you work with influencers? Choose the ones who resonate with your target audience. It's not the one who has the most followers. It's the one who actually speaks to the audience that you're trying to engage. I remember when my daughter was in kindergarten, there's one of the parents, the lady who fought with the headmistress of the school. We came back in the new term, and 3/4 of the school was no longer there. Guys, that is an influencer. Yeah, the entire kindergarten almost shut down. She may have been a nano influencer, but she had influence. Okay? So choose the one with the right fit. Put storytelling at the heart of it. An influencer is known for storytelling. That's why they get an audience. That's why we watch people like the roaming chef. Yeah, we enjoy the storytelling that they do. Give them creative license. Don't tell them do it like this, do it like that. Give them the opportunity to tell their story in their own way. And of course, do your due diligence, right? Don't just choose an influencer because they have 2 million followers. Do the homework and figure out if this guy is the right fit. Switch it up, mix it up. If you're going to do content calendars for socials, don't post the same stuff every day. You can do so many different things. Motivation Monday, ask a question, Wednesday wisdom. You can really have diversity in your content calendar. It does not have to be the same stuff. And if you don't have that novelty, or creativity in your content, then people stop paying attention. Sorry, let me go back. So, ChatGPT, practical uses. This is a content calendar I created this morning. And I said, create a content calendar for 3 social media posts for the eCommerce Day Africa that's happening today, where I, Moses Kemibaro, on behalf of the SAB, will make a presentation on social media content that creates brand awareness, engagement, conversions, and retention. Voila. This took less than 30 seconds. I have a post where it should go, the content, the choice of image, and a call to action. I did ask it to do all these things. It just did it for me. I've been running a digital agency for 21 years. This is the kind of stuff that makes people lose jobs. Yeah? Because it is good. I mean, it's even putting emojis in there. Second post, midday. We're live now. I mean, I didn't ask you to do that. It just did it. So why are you stressing? If your mama boga or somebody small, the solutions exist. And guess what? Many of them are free. Right? ChatGPT does this for free. Evening. I'm in the evening. Yeah? I have a post that I can literally put now and put a picture and I'm done and I'm gone. Save time, save money, save effort. It's easy. So as we conclude, what are the 5 things that matter the most? The truth of the matter is on digital today, social media is everything. That's where we spend most of our time. We create our content, we live there, we share everything. Even the shoshos and gukas are there. If there's nothing else, look at the pictures of their grandchildren. Number 2, mobile is everything. If you're not creating content for social media that's mobile focused, then you're losing the engagement opportunity. Create content is a combination of, social media conversions, conversations, and also community building activities. Video and visual content, as I mentioned earlier, video is everything. Talk to anyone under 20, they watch videos for questions they put into Google or rather YouTube, and now even TikTok. And lastly, great visual design with ease of use for your social media content and digital platforms. Thank you very much.
Good evening, guys. I don't know what to say after that unpacking by Kemi Barrow. He's definitely unpacked everything around digital marketing and strategy. And one thing I'm really proud of him, we were having a side chat before we came in here. And an interesting fact is that actually I've been molded by this guy. I can remember the first time I was getting into the digital space. I took one of your masterclass, I think, and from there, I just moved from being a communications and PR executive into doing digital marketing. So for today, I'm going to unpack just what Kemi Bora has been talking about. And so I'm going to take you through how our agency, which is Pesco Digital Limited, is using and transforming basic marketing into modern ways of using e-commerce and how to use technology to promote your business. This one? Oh, sorry. Okay. I'll take you through our introduction. So at Pesco Digital, we always believe in innovation, meeting excellence. So since our inception in 2017, we've been trying and dedicated to crafting compelling digital communication strategies, delivering impactful brand PR solution, and creating cutting-edge advertising campaigns, and pioneering dependable experiential marketing concepts. And in Nairobi, we are based in Westlands, and we have a passionate team of young individuals who are really passionate about taking digital marketing into the next level of 17, where we bring ideas into life. So our unwavering commitment for excellence led us into winning the best digital communication, PR, and marketing agency in the year 2019, and this is an award we got from Women in Business Awards. So henceforth, we've been really keen on working with different small, medium enterprises and also multinational companies. So we've worked with various brands, including Rubis, Guinness, MultiChoice Kenya, Airtel, and Konza Technopolis, among others. So what are the key concepts that we think a small, medium enterprise should be using, or even an established, company should be doing? So some of our key concepts that we really focus on are corporate communications and social media management. Here we develop strategies for businesses and companies, and also manage professionally their business and brands. As my colleague Kemi Bora had said, managing social media is becoming an 8 to 5 jobs. Other people think it's just waking up and posting something. That is not the way things work nowadays. Behind the scenes of every post that you see from corporations, from small businesses, is a lot of work being put there. Somebody has sat down and thought through everything that is supposed to go out. We had mentioned about creating social media schedules and calendar. So this is what we do on behalf of small, medium enterprises. Influencer and digital marketing, we promote brands to increase their reach through digital influencer marketing partners and affiliated marketing platforms. You find nowadays majority of businesses use affiliate marketing more, where you find you can liaise with the partners you are with in a specific area so that you can amplify your products and services other than doing it from your own end. Also, we have out of home branding, where we do billboards and outdoor visibility for brands through suggested and available creative advertising and marketing media. And then we also have experiential activations. Here we physically interact with your brand and your product and make it available through online ground activations and brand ambassadors. On branding, design, and documentation, we always believe, like a small business, you have to have your identity. I'm supposed to be able to, once I see it, I'm supposed to really recognize it without even reading much about it. So here we come up with logos for company profile, business proposals, website, mobile app, and even posters. And in terms of events and fundraising management, through our established corporate networks, we help bring life to events through management, partner sourcing, and even corporate funding. Okay, so in terms of development, what do we look at? So we have customized strategy development. Here, our strategy is the strategy development process, where you have to ensure that each client that comes on board that we work with, we have a tailored plan that aligns with their specific needs and objectives. Every person or every business have their goal or end product that they want to sell. So you find like the plan that might work for one company, for instance, maybe Ruby's, can never work for another company like Melvin's Tea. So this is it's very important, like when you're engaging a digital marketing individual or platform, they get to understand exactly what is your end result that you want to achieve. And that can only be done through development of a strategy. And then we have market research. Our agency places immense importance on market research as a foundation of every successful campaign. Here we get into details of industries, trends, competitor landscape, and consumer behavior. Because you might find that at times what you want even to market, or what the brand that you have already is so much saturated in the market. So we will try as much as possible to help you do that market analysis. And then we are very keen, more so in connection with e-commerce, on data-driven insights. We believe that data is the lifeblood of effective digital marketing. And at PaceCode, we harness the power of data analytics to gain insights into performance of our campaigns. And then content strategy, which my colleague had mentioned earlier. Content is very key in everything that we do. So we have invested in reliable content generation media that enable us to generate the required results for suitable customers' needs. And then multi-channel approach. Here, our agency excels in creating integrated marketing campaigns that spans across multiple platforms and channels. So in my conclusion, so PaceCode specializes in elevating businesses and brands to iconic brands and also helping them deal with brand crisis with innovative solution. So what does our clientele encompass or comprise? Majority of the customers that we deal with are the SMEs. So we empower SMEs to thrive in the digital landscape by crafting tailored strategies that fuels growth and brand recognition. And then also we work with established corporates where we rejuvenate their brand relevance, infusing fresh ideas into marketing campaigns and maintaining market leadership. We've also been able to work with non-governmentals, stroke NGOs, through collaboration where we try and amplify what they're doing, which is social impact, through strategic planning, branding, and development communication. And in terms of majority of the people that we've really worked on since the inception of COVID was the startups. So we really help startup nurture their businesses through strategic guidance, helping them establish strong brand foundations and launch successful digital marketing initiatives. And lastly, in terms of e-commerce ventures, we deal with e-commerce business ventures and to give them expert guidance and optimize their online presence, boost sales, and enhance their brand reputation. So to get in touch with us, we've left our contacts there and our email at hello@pescodigital.co.ke. And to sum it up, we really believe in e-commerce and the space it's creating for the small businesses in Kenya, and we are here to help. Thank you.
Right. Thank you so much for your lovely presentation. And thank you, Moses, for your fantastic presentation on social media and, generally speaking, digital marketing at large. I'm glad to be here. My name is Nimish. I'm the CEO at Agency Africa. Do I need this? And so the topic for this presentation that was given, I hope I'm right, it's Keys to SEO, SEM, Advertising Strategies, and Social Network. I'll try and keep my presentation very short because I was told I have only 10 minutes to present this. So I have just a few slides. But I'll try and talk specifically about e-commerce and in the context of SEO, SEM, advertising strategies, and I think a bit of social maybe. How many in the audience here have a B2B e-commerce company of their own, or a B2C e-commerce company, or are representing one of those? Okay, 1, 2, 3, quite a few. All right, fantastic. Okay, so while generally we all know that there is so much that is available in the marketing basket, you can try so many things. You can do social media campaigns, you can do YouTube ads, you can do influencer marketing and everything. All you out there who raised your hand, can you tell me what is your biggest constraint once you know that all of these are possible? Can one of you just raise your hand and tell me what your biggest constraint is? Anyone? Sorry? Consistency to create the content. So, okay, that's one. Any other? How many of you believe that your biggest constraint often is not in the ideas and the possibility of doing the entire spectrum of things, but to start with something as basic as budgets, a budgetary constraint? A lot of clients I have discussed ideas will eventually stop at a point where you talk about numbers and the investment that it takes to do all of these things. So there is no neat strategy that cuts through for each and every client. It is different for different clients, and it really depends on what kind of e-commerce entity you are and what kind of strategy that you need to target your market. So Agency Africa, I'm not going to discuss too much about my agency.
That's the website. Please feel free to visit it. We are an e-commerce digital marketing agency. So advertising mix strategy, there are a couple of ways to look at what advertising mix strategy one should have for one's e-commerce company. What would you say is your number one objective as an e-commerce company? Anyone? Sorry? I think, hello? Conversions, okay. Any specific conversion? Because conversions are many different types. Which specific conversion? Okay, it boils down to sales. You may get the maximum number of people to your website. You may get all kind of people to your website, but if they don't convert, and if they don't convert into sales, none of that excellent marketing strategy and beautiful creative matters. So when it comes to e-commerce, you have various kind of e-commerce entities. I have, for the purpose of this presentation, just listed a few of them. There can be quite a few others. So there's B2C aggregators, there's large B2C retailers, there's medium to small B2C retailers, there is B2B retailers, and there is W2B retailers. Would you know what W2B retailers is? Sorry? Wholesale to business retailers, all right? So the advertising strategy that works well for a B2C aggregator and a large B2C retailer may not work for medium to small B2C retailers because these are two very categorically different type of e-commerce entities. And likewise, what works for a medium to small B2C retailer may in all likelihood not work for a B2B retailer and a wholesale to business distributor. So some of this is common knowledge. I'm not telling you something which is, exceptionally new. So for a B2C aggregator or a large B2C retailer, you would have a certain mix of digital advertising, which will include social media and so on and so forth, plus influencer marketing. And then you will have some element of SEO, and you will have a big element of above-the-line advertising, especially in the initial phase of the business. So these two entities rely a lot on everything digital plus quite a bit of above-the-line advertising strategy. How many of you remember Jumia in the days when it was launched? And if you saw billboard ads. Do you remember billboard ads for Jumia? Yeah. Or any of these large B2C aggregators that come into the market. Even Glovo, when Glovo came, Glovo had big billboard ads. And eventually they stop or they reduce above-the-line advertising and they focus more on digital SEO and so on and so forth. For medium and small B2C retailers, you have a budgetary constraint by definition. You can't just go to them and open your entire, box of tricks that I'm going to do this, 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 and that for you, because the moment you throw the numbers at them, they will say, sorry, we don't have the budget. Can we trim down the budget and just do A and B? When it comes to B2B retailers, they may not even be keen to do a whole lot of things, like, for example, influencer marketing, because some of them are into industrial products, and the customers are have a very different media consumption habit, especially when they are searching for their products. And then likewise, the same would be true for wholesale to business distributors. The second thing one would have to consider in deciding one's advertising mix strategy is the stage of product lifecycle and objectives. So for example, for B2C aggregators and large B2C retailers, the very first conversion that they look into is not sales. Actually, what they are looking into is app downloads. And how many app downloads can they get? Because once they are on your home screen, once Uber is on your home screen, once Jumia is on your home screen, once Glovo is on your home screen, that is the biggest advertising. They are actually at your face the whole day. Every time you open your mobile phone's home screen, you will see their icon there, and that is being marketed to you just by being on your home screen. Sales and average order value and so on and so forth could be other objectives of an e-commerce site. Target market, that goes without saying for any advertising mix strategy. There's nothing unique about that. And then ambition versus budgetary constraints. Coming back to budgets, especially for small and medium e-commerce companies, it all boils down to how ambitious are you to take your e-commerce entity and explore the possible markets that you can tap into. The problem with a lot of medium-sized companies, which are really not small, they're kind of large in themselves, is putting the money where the mouth is. And when you have a good e-commerce website that is as good as what I would say a nice brochure, if you print a nice brochure and you keep it on your table in the boardroom, what will happen? Will it deliver anything for you? Will it deliver anything? No. But if your salesperson were to pick that brochure and were to go out in the market and meet people and present the brochure, maybe something will happen. Similarly, with e-commerce, B2B, B2C site, if you want to make numbers churn, then you have to look at opening up your purse and extending your budget to do the things that matter. And so the rest of my presentation, which is a short one, is about what is that really matters, especially for small and medium B2B and B2C e-commerce entities, because there are a dime a dozen. There are just far too many in Kenya. How many of you are familiar with Kagundo Road? What would you say is Kagundo Road famous for? Sorry? And furniture. Yeah? There are a lot of furniture guys in Kagundo Road. You'll be surprised there are some wholesale operators in Kagundo Road who sell furniture. Now, if you ever are shifting an office and are looking at buying furniture for your office, you will be bombarded with advertisements in Facebook by these wholesalers. Some of them don't even have a proper retail shop, but many of them actually have an e-commerce website. And their targeting is very accurate. They are fantastic at what they do, but nobody knows them. They are not fancy names, fancy brands, but next time you try shifting office, consider looking at your Facebook page, because Facebook has a way of dropping into and listening into conversations that you are having outside of your phone. So SEO is not a fancy thing in advertising and marketing, but when it comes to medium and small B2B and e-commerce, it is a do or die strategy. Because if you are not willing to spend the kind of budget that marketing requires, advertising requires, then SEO is your go-to strategy. And despite the fact that there is such a hullabaloo about ChatGPT taking over Google, and there was a lot of noise, as you know, in the past few months, not in the past few weeks, all of that has died away. ChatGPT is a generative AI solution. It is not a Google search engine, or even remotely close to any search engine. So Google still commands majority of the search market. And if you are into B2B e-commerce, you will, if you look at your analytics for your B2B e-commerce site, you will see that majority of the traffic coming to your B2B e-commerce site is purely as a result of organic search result, and that too on Google. So how many of you here who have e-commerce sites actually implement SEO as one of your major strategies? Could you please raise your hand? Okay, 1, 2, 3, all right. So I see I see very few of you have actually utilized SEO as a go-to strategy. And that's a very sad thing, because especially if you're in a B2B business, majority of them, when they are looking for the products, let's say a solar power company, when a when a manufacturer is sourcing from a B2B distributor of solar panels, they are likely to search on Google search. And that would be true of most other industrial products. SEO is becoming more and more difficult. It used to be a lot easier in the past when people could manipulate and do things using what was called black hat techniques to try and show up favorably on Google search. However, Google search has become very tricky because there's something called broad core updates that happens every few months. The last big broad core update happened in August. It rattled up all the listings of all the sites, not just e-commerce sites, so much so that there were companies and sites that did not show on Google on the first 6 pages, suddenly showed up on the first page. And there were those who used to show up on the first page who have got thrown into the 4th or 5th page. Currently, as we speak, there is another helpful content update. There's another update going, which is called the helpful content update, which is also going to do what I call the Google dance. SEO is increasingly complex to achieve. And the reason for that is, apart from the broad core updates, which happen actually every few months nowadays, it has also become a very technical as well as a very content-driven thing. So the technical part of it, I would not discuss because there's a whole topic on it. But if you're interested, you can go to our website's SEO page, and you will see the entire list of SEO possibilities. But on the content side is something that most of us can take charge of without any technical knowledge. And there's a particular thing in SEO which is called EEAT. And EEAT stands for experience, expertise, authority, and trustworthiness. If your content of your B2B and B2C and W2B or whatever site you have, even a non-e-commerce site, if you can emphasize on just this one aspect of EEAT, it can significantly improve your SEO. SEO is not a wand-waving magic trick. SEO is a precise science and art. And SEO is exceptionally good at bringing ready customers. So if you have your phone, all of you, can you just open Google on your browser for a minute? So I just want to show you the power of SEO on Google. Is it open? Okay, I'll be done in 5 minutes. If it's open, just search car dealers in Kenya. How many car dealers do you think there are in Kenya? 20, 30, 40, 50, 100? Roughly. How many would you say? More than 100. Okay. So have you searched car dealers in Kenya? What do you see in the first organic search result? In the organic search result. Not advertisement, organic search result. Motor Hub. That's my client. We are the ones who did the SEO for that company. All right. I can give you 10 such examples, including examples of e-commerce companies where if you search product name in Kenya, product name in Nairobi, you will see them in the first 3 organic search results of Google. And the reason for that is because SEO takes a lot of effort and understanding to get you there. But once you get there, it gives you tremendous value. Would you like to try one more? Okay, try interior designers in Kenya. How many interior designers would be there in Kenya? Like 50? 100? Okay, so let's do interior designers in Kenya and let's see which is the number 1. Volume? Palestina? Okay, that's my client. All right. I'm not selling. So this is my last slide and I will quickly close this. So while there are so many things that are possible to do in the general space of digital advertising, when it comes to e-commerce, there are certain things which are very specific and must to do, which the general digital marketing people always ignore and kind of escape, because these are very technical things within digital marketing. And I'm sure quite a few of you who are in the e-commerce space here already practice this. So one is having your inventory available on Google Merchant. And the second thing is having your inventory available on Facebook Commerce Manager. If you don't have your inventory available in either of this, then whatever else you are doing in your marketing strategy is a big question mark. And only if you have your integration of your e-commerce site with Google Merchant and Facebook Commerce Manager can you actually run Google Shopping ads along with Performance Max ads. And more importantly, you can run Facebook e-commerce ads. Why do you need to run those ads? Because when those people are searching for those products on Google search, or when they are flipping to the screen for Facebook, and suddenly you see these product ads, okay, which don't look like ads, they just look like a whole load of products in carousel style. Those are not advertisements. Those are being generated using AI by Facebook and within shopping ad section of Google search. That's my presentation. Thank you very much.
Hi. My name is Brenda Mirichia. I am the founder and CEO of Pick and Deal Solutions Limited. I am privileged today to be the final speaker of the day. And so what I want to do really is to paint a picture of the future of e-commerce, right? From a digital and marketing perspective. I'll probably just say a little bit about myself. I have over 16 years experience in the marketing field in terms of media, in terms of content, in terms of digital, and in terms of tech. I hold a BSc in Computer Studies from the University of Sunderland. I'm an alumni of Stanford University under the Stanford Seed Program. And I'm also an alumni of the University of Nairobi with a BSc in mathematics. So I'm really a numbers person and I'm very passionate about numbers. Pick and Deal is an integrated tech and marketing communications agency. So we abbreviate that as ITMC. So we really deal with tech, and then we also deal with marketing and communications. We start from a strategy perspective, and we look at how then does this strategy take your digital, your tech, and your marketing and communications forward. So really, we are very heavy on digital. We are data-driven. And for us, that's how we want to look at things. Numbers is very important. And so if you're able to look at your numbers and they make sense, then you know you're heading in the right direction. Those are some of our affiliations. We are Google accredited. We're a Microsoft partner. We are members of the Marketing Society of Kenya and ICX, and we are also KENIC accredited. Now, last year, let's say from COVID, and a lot of my colleagues have talked about it, businesses that actually were successful in marketing were businesses that focused on targeted advertising, right? So targeted advertising is basically where I am not advertising to a large pool of audience, but I am focusing my advertising to a specific niche, right? So I define my audience and I'm able to advertise to that particular audience. And nowadays there's so much that we can be able to do, especially within the digital field, to be able to accomplish that, right? I'm going to talk about, okay, we've looked at what is currently happening. Okay, so there's SEO, and my colleagues have talked a lot about it. I'm not going to emphasize on that. I was having a conversation with someone outside, and they told me SEO is dead. But SEO is not dead. SEO is just evolving. And so if you're not doing SEO in your business, then it's something that you need to do, right? So SEO is evolving. Look at search engine optimization from different perspectives. So not just Google. Are you being found on YouTube, for instance? Because now that's a tool that is actually being used a lot for search, right? Okay. In terms of search engine marketing, what is commonly referred to as digital media buying. There are various platforms that you can use, like Google pay-per-click ads, ad auctioning, conversion tracking, and then of course budget optimization, where this is where you refine your ad and tweak it as you go along, just to make sure that you're actually using your budget effectively, right? And you're able to get a good return on spend. Right. Other advertising strategies, influencer marketing, which is becoming bigger and bigger. And in fact, Pick and Dale is actually the biggest influencer management company in the region. And so we end up working with a lot of influencers. And one thing that influencers can do for you is to entrench your brand, because you're likely to believe someone who you listen to, right? You're likely to believe someone who you relate with, all right? And that's what influencers will do for you. They're able to do that word of mouth effectively on your behalf. I've talked about targeted advertising. Now, targeted advertising is where you choose your demographic and your psychographic, right? So you identify your client and put them and look at them from different perspectives. What is their age, for instance? Where are they located? What are they looking for, right? And you're able to create a demographic for this particular client and advertise to that client. So that's targeted advertising. And really, that is the beauty of digital advertising. So much so, today, I can be able to, I'm selling, for instance, diapers for children. I can be able to target a mom, all right? And I can be able to target this mom who is in Nairobi, and specifically, I want the Westlands region, right? And I'm able to target to that particular audience that I'm looking for. And that's something, if you're not doing, then you're definitely missing out on. There's content marketing, email marketing, affiliate marketing, and then of course, campaigns to just boost your marketing efforts. Right, so I want to talk about, so these are the numbers, and I said I'm big on numbers, and this is important because you're able to see the different channels that are out there, social media channels. And what I've done there is you're able to see the number of internet users that are using each platform, but more so the purpose that they're using the platform for, all right? And so take a picture of this slide. It's a very key slide because Facebook, you want to build brand loyalty, right? Instagram, you can use it to build brand love. Twitter, or what is now X, you can use it to do a lot of engagement, to engage with your customer, right? To have conversations and just talk, yeah? YouTube has been mostly used for brand awareness. LinkedIn, we all know, is a professional and networking platform, and so you can use that for that particular purpose. TikTok for brand awareness and also for brand engagement. Okay. Now, this is something I'm very passionate about. Where is e-commerce going? What does the future of e-commerce marketing in Africa look like? And specifically from a digital perspective. Number one is omni-channel marketing, all right? And omni-channel marketing is not being on Facebook and Instagram and Twitter. That's multi-channel marketing, right? You're on multiple channels. When I'm talking about omni-channel, I'm talking about being in these platforms, but then giving your consumer a very seamless experience so that the way they perceive you on Twitter is the same way they will perceive you on LinkedIn, or if they got an SMS from you, you know, or if they went to your website, right? So basically that is omni-channel marketing. Are you able to give a seamless user experience across all these platforms? Mobile commerce, right now, you have to be able to make sure that whatever it is that you're doing can be done on the phone. Everyone is shopping on their phones, right? So we want to make sure that on your phone, you're able to provide the same experience that they would get if they were on their desktop or on their laptop, right? Excellent customer experience. I think that goes without saying. I gave a story a while back about a lady who I went to once. I went to her website. I ordered a cake for my daughter, and it was my daughter's birthday. I ordered a cake. The experience was totally easy and amazing, and we got a well done cake on that day. Now, fast forward this year, 1 week to my daughter's birthday, I get an SMS. We believe you have a birthday coming up soon. Are you able, do you want to place an order? And I thought, this is amazing. This is, the future. They're using data to actually make sure that what it is their business is doing is actually making sense for them. And so for me, that was quite something. Social commerce. So we're able to now buy and sell on social media platforms. And a lot of these platforms have actually integrated social commerce on their platforms natively. So you're able to actually buy and sell directly from the platform. Re-commerce. Re-commerce is basically buying used items. So in other words, mtush, right? And you're able to buy your mtumba from e-commerce platforms. But now in Kenya, when we talk about mitumba, you're thinking about clothes, right? Now here, I could be talking about books. I could be talking about digital gadgets that have been used, and then they are able to be resold on platforms. WhatsApp. WhatsApp right now in Kenya is actually the biggest social media platform. I don't know if we knew that. Right now, 89% of Kenyans are actually on WhatsApp, right? So it's a big platform, it's huge. And it'll be very interesting to see the future of marketing on WhatsApp. So a lot of people are selling on WhatsApp. I think now on WhatsApp Business, you have your catalogs and things like that. So it's very interesting. I want to see how that particular area will evolve. Video, it goes without saying, video is very interactive, right? If I give you a video, you want to look at it and you want to watch it, especially if it's an interesting video. But what is happening going forward is that there is going to be something called shoppable video integration. I don't know if any of you have had that or experienced shoppable videos. So what happens with shoppable videos is that you're watching a video, but within the video, there are actually links that you can be able to interact with and click on them, and continue with the purchase journey. So that's something that's going to be really big in the coming future. I put in sustainability there because sustainability is big, and I think everything we do must revolve around sustainability. The platform before, a lot of the speakers talked about cybersecurity, so I won't be repeating that. But I want to talk a little bit about artificial intelligence and augmented reality. Now, AI is big. When I talk about AI, what do we think of? Anyone? ChatGPT, right? Actually, ChatGPT has become synonymous with AI, and I was discussing with my colleague here, and she said, ChatGPT has actually overtaken Google in terms of SEO. Google tried with Bard. They failed a bit, but Google is the biggest player in this particular industry. And so I know when they said they're going back to the drawing table, what they're going to come up with is going to be very interesting. In fact, just today morning, and if you look up, you'll be able to see, they talked about an update on Bard that they've done that is going to make Bard one of the biggest AI platforms. And so that will be interesting to also see. But if your business is not thinking about AI and how AI can be integrated in the future, then you're definitely missing out on something. And that's a conversation that we really need to have as e-commerce players in the industry. Lastly, augmented reality. Augmented reality is very interesting Now, the thing with the e-commerce is that you're buying online. So you're not able to have the experience of a brick and mortar shop. If I go to a shop and I want to buy a shoe, what do? I take the shoe, I try it on, I see if it works, right? Now, augmented reality, what it will do is that it will help us to be able to sort of try whatever it is. So it'll give you a feel. You can be able to have a video, a 3D perspective of what it is that you're buying. And that's what augmented reality will do. When it comes to AI, I'm really interested in seeing how the future will evolve. A few years ago, you would search for instance, you wanted to know about the weather in Nairobi. So you would go to Google and say weather in Nairobi. You'll get a list of websites. You'll choose the website, and then you'll see the weather in Nairobi. Right now, if you want to know the weather in Nairobi, you go to Google, write weather in Nairobi, and it shows you the degrees, right? You want to try it? Try it. Anyone on Google, just write weather in Nairobi. If you want to know the dollar rate, for instance, you don't need to go to another website. You'll say Kenya shillings to dollar and it'll give you that. So things are changing. And it'll be very interesting to see how, if in future, if AI will be able to understand us and understand me and my shopping patterns and what I'm going to type. So for instance, if I'm looking for a handbag and I go and type handbag and it can tell that I like blue handbags, and I like Chanel, for instance, and I'm able to actually see that particular type of handbag or various varieties of what it is that I like. So let's see how artificial intelligence will look like in the future, but definitely something that we want to consider in e-commerce. Right, in conclusion, deploy the right marketing strategies, right? You want to leverage your insights. You want to make sure at the end of the day that you're providing a very good consumer experience. Make sure that your advertising is targeted. It's performance driven, it's ROI driven, and you're able to use your data, your analytics to be able to get those results, fine-tune them, and be able to give a wonderful customer experience. Thank you very much. Details, contact details are there.
Wow, wow. Can you clap for them? I think it is safe to say we saved the best for the last, right? After here, come for your certificates. This was like a university. We will get certificates for SEO, you get certificate for digital marketing and all those things. I think I just want to say a good thank you for your time. Asanteni sana. We have come to the end of the day, and I would like to welcome Terian on stage and just say a big thank you to all the presenters, all the speakers, the panelists, and you who has been with us for the whole day. Asanteni sana. Terian.
Thank you so much, George. Our panelists, you may take your seats back in the audience. Thank you so much. Let's appreciate George and Sylvia one more time for taking us through that last panel discussion for this afternoon. So the flurry of activities as a back is because we have the most important event of the day. So we've had wonderful conversations since morning. We've had some incredible conversations all day, and you'll agree with me, so much to learn, so much. So we really deeply appreciate all the presenters who clearly put a lot of work into their presentations today. So, of course, it's been a great event, and now we're ready for some celebration from our eCommerce Awards winners, which we have spoken about all day. The eCommerce Awards are created to distinguish companies and ventures that, through their work in the electronic commerce and internet business sector, have contributed with their innovation and development to enhance the online market and the digital economy in 11 categories. And in a moment, we'll be able to take you through the different categories. But first, I would like to welcome Joseph Sevilla. He's a jury president, to give us a quick overview of the e-commerce awards, and then we will take it from there. Let's give him a warm round of applause.
Good evening to all of you. So as it has been introduced this afternoon, we had the e-commerce entrepreneurs award. We had 11 companies that had been preselected, and a number of them.
Karibu kwenye toleo la.
Sorry, there is some interference here. So we start in the afternoon. I would invite the other members of the panel, the jury, if they are around, please to come in briefly. By the way, my name is Joseph Sevilla. I'm the director at I Love Africa and IBIS Africa. This is a research and innovation center in Strathmore University and an incubator. We have been in operation for 11 years, and we are among the first incubators in this country to support young entrepreneurs. So I would like briefly to introduce the members of the jury. So I would suggest they come and introduce themselves briefly. Michael.
Thank you. My name is Michael Muronge. I work with Google here in Kenya in Government Affairs and Public Policy. Thank you very much.
I think you know me already. It's Ludovino from Brazil, the Digital Chamber and Director of eCommerce Institute.
My name is Rachel Ndungu, Policy Advisor ASAC. I'm also a tech entrepreneur and founder for Biashara Africa. Thank you.
Good evening, Wilmot Allen, founder of VentureLift Africa. I'm based here in Kenya from the US, and we help companies do international trade, particularly to the US, and I'm also an investor.
Thank you very much. There were also some other members in the jury who I think might have left by now. So as it normally happens in these events, as a jury, we had a very hard time selecting who would be the winners. What I can tell you is the companies that presented were at different stages of development. Some of them were still, I would say, at the ideation stage, where they have a very good idea. They are beginning to put it into practice, try to develop their products, and start going into market and get some traction, while other companies have been already in this space for several years, maybe 1 or 2 or 3 years. Their products were relatively mature, and some of them have already acquired a certain traction in the market. On the overall, all the ideas that were presented were very good, and we congratulate all the companies. Now, unfortunately, we have to make a decision and come up with a winner. So let me tell you, all of the companies that were there are winners, but there was a hard decision for us to come up with the actual. mentions. So eventually we have come up with 3 companies. I will begin with the special mentions and I will announce the winner at the end. So for the special mentions, I want to, we have selected Beba company, okay? So Beba, please, if you are around, just come to the stage. I don't know if we have something for them. No. So I will just congratulate you. So we thought that your company has a bright idea, and we really encourage you, and you can have our support to move it forward. The second company that we wanted to give it a special mention is Books Africa, with their theme of educate and elevate. So Books Africa, if you are here. Books Africa is a company that is in the space of delivering books for parents, and we were very impressed with their philosophy of looking at quality and delivering a better product for all those parents that are have to buy the books for their children. So sorry, I think the name of the company is Books Kenya. And then finally, for the winner, that we selected, not after a long discussion, but eventually there was a unanimous decision of the jury to award the Blair Company. The Blair Company as the winner. I'm going to give the chance of the Blair Company just to explain to us very briefly what your company is doing.
Thank you for the opportunity. Good afternoon. Good evening, everyone. My name is Derek. I'm a co-founder of the BLE. It's short for Beam Lab East Africa. So we are a construction tech company seeking to digitize the construction sector through creating an online platform where construction products can be made available to construction professionals and project owners more easily, more readily, and we also hope to digitize construction documentation from 2D to 3D so that we're able to get digestible data for all stakeholders involved. Yes, so the AR thing is going to work beautifully with our platform, where you can test out construction products and AR environment before you buy them. Thank you so much. We are very honored, very humbled. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I would request that you come and we take a picture together with the judges. All of you, please. Okay, thank you very much. Again, congratulations to the winners and congratulations to all the participants. As I mentioned earlier, all the companies, we saw them as having a lot of potential. So those of you who didn't make it to receive the award, to be the winners, keep at it because you do have a very good future.
All right, let's appreciate the jury of the startup competition. Just to clarify, that was the winners of the startup competition. They had a pitching session this afternoon, and we congratulate not just the winners, but all the small businesses that did their pitch as well. So we will now move to the big awards of this evening. That's the eCommerce Awards. And I would like to call up Marcos Pueyrredon. I think we will need to learn to pronounce your name correctly before the end of today. President of eCommerce Institute, and Michael Poe from eTrade Alliance to come and join us on stage. And of course, ladies and gentlemen, since the awards are from all over Africa, it is possible that some of the awardees are not here this evening. But those of you who are, when we do mention your name, if you are a winner, please come up on stage to receive it. Representatives from Kenya Airways, let's give them a warm round of applause. Congratulations on your win. That's the winner for the eCommerce Leaders in the Tourism Industry Awards.
You can say something. Who will talk?
Yes, my name is Esther, and I'm here accompanied by our e-sales manager, Alistair. We are really grateful for this award and really humbled. That really comes at a time that we indeed redesigned our e-commerce website, so it's indeed very timely. And we want to welcome all our customers to continue booking with us as we look to accelerate our digital channel. Thank you.
All right, hearty congratulations to Kenya Airways. And now we move on to the next category. Do we have a representative from Bash in the audience? Looks like not. We'll congratulate them in absentia. And now to the next category of the evening. Do we have someone from MultiChoice in the audience? Going once, going twice. We will congratulate them in absentia. We will now move to the next category of the evening. We did have somebody from Kopia earlier in the day. Do we have a representative from Kopia? No? All right, we will appreciate them in absentia. Let's give them another warm round of applause as we move on to the next category of this evening. Stanbic Bank Kenya, Cellulant, Payaza, World Remit, and Zanaco. And the winner is? And the winner is? And the winner is World Remit. Let's give them a warm round of applause. Do we have somebody from World Remit? No, we don't. We will appreciate them in absentia as we move on to our next award of the evening. And our next category in the beauty and fashion in e-commerce, the nominees are Ultimate Wildcat, Skinks Cosmetics, Carla Cafe, Veltz Cohen, Good Life Pharmacy, Chepa Streetwear, Lovisa, Puma, Mr. Price Group, and Shop Zetu. And the winner is? And you're right, the winner is Shop Zetu. I know we do have a representative from Shop Zetu. Let's give them a warm round of applause as they walk up on stage. Congratulations to the Shop Zetu team. I'd like to remind you that, remember, these awards are Africa-wide, so some of our guests and award winners were not able to be here with us this evening, but we do celebrate them in absentia. Congratulations once again to the Shop Zetu team.
Thank you to all our fans, supporters, the brands on the platform. Keep shopping, we're your trip partner. I can see everyone is dressed very well. Just like to remind everyone that Africa is the last frontier for e-commerce. We have less than 1% penetration in a population of 1.4 billion. And by 2030, 1 billion new users will come into the internet in Africa. So it's only day one. So we welcome everyone to participate in the e-commerce economy. Thank you.
Congratulations to the Shop Zetu team. And we will now move on to the next award of the evening. All right, and the best e-commerce agency, the nominees are Peak and Dale, Agency Africa Interactive Limited, Fusion 22, AdClick Africa, AJ Digital Agency, SQLI Digital Experience, Ripple Mac, Capo Digital, Belva Digital, Villa 30 Studio, and Dragonfly. And the winner is AJ Digital Agency. Woo. Do we have AJ Digital in the house? All right, looks like they're not in. We will celebrate them in absentia. And now for the best SME in e-commerce. The nominees are Shop Soko, Wafugaji Digital, Dukago, Mix and Match, Lana Lu, Glimsy Home, Norshek, Peekaboo, Buy Rent Kenya, and My Dawa. And the winner is? And you're right again. The winner is My Dawa. Let's put our hands together for My Dawa. I know we had somebody from My Dawa earlier today. Let's give them a warm round of applause. Congratulations for the best SME in e-commerce.
I want to thank everyone. The fact that you come is because our customers have trusted us with their health and wellness. For this year, we've moved from being Kenya's most trusted online pharmacy to East Africa's most trusted online digital end-to-end healthcare provider. So,
and now Africa's best e-commerce.
And now we are Africa's best e-commerce platform in health. And thank you, and we can only move forward from here. Thank you.
A hearty congratulations to the leadership and the team at My Dawa. And now we move on to the next category of this evening. The best mobile initiative in e-commerce. The nominees are Airtel Zambia, Ulendo, Jumia Food, Uber, So Fresh, M-Pesa, Gozem, Gokada, Carrefour Kenya, and AfriMarket. And the winner is? And the winner is? And the winner is Jumia Food. Do we have someone from Jumia Food to pick this award? All right, we will celebrate them in absentia. Hearty congratulations to Jumia Food. And now for the next award of this evening. For the E-Women Awards, the nominees are OWIT, Kenya, African Girls Can Code Initiative, Tech African Women, Women in Africa, AfChicks, She Leads Africa, Google for Startups Accelerator Africa, African Women's Entrepreneurship Cooperative, that's AWEC, Trademark Africa, Women in Trade, and E-Trade for Women. You'll give me a moment on this one. I'm trying to find the winner. But you can talk about who you think the winner might be. All right, I found it. And there was EAWBIP as well under the E-Women, and Kenya Blockchain Ladies DAO. Any guesses who the winner is in this category? AWEB? She Leads Africa? And the winner is Google for Startups Accelerator Africa. Let's appreciate Google for Startups Accelerator Africa. Do we have a representative from Google to pick up this award? I know we had somebody from the startup competition who represented Google. It looks like he may have walked out. So we will celebrate Google in absentia. And now for the next award of the evening. And this is a big one. This should be the biggest one for this evening. For the triple impact in the Digital Ecosystem Award, the nominees are Biofoods, 4G Capital, Green Spoon, Ren, Faithful to Nature, Balo, Jumo, Api Afrique, Endiro Coffee, and the Folklore Group. Any guesses who the winners might be? And the winner is Green Spoon. Let's give them a warm round of applause. Do we have anyone from Green Spoon in the room? Looks like we don't. We did have the CEO earlier today in one of the panel discussions, so we will celebrate Green Spoon in absentia. All right, ladies and gentlemen, and with this, we finalize the first edition of the e-commerce Day Africa. We want to thank you all for coming into the network, connect and learn with and from your peers in this amazing ecosystem that is e-commerce. Michael has something to say. All right, and before we come to a final close, I would like to welcome Michael Poor to say some closing remarks.
Testing. Okay, thank you, Terry Ann, very much. I just wanted to make some quick closing remarks. It's remarkable. It's almost 7 p.m. and we still have nearly a full room here. So I on behalf of the E-Trade Alliance, I want to thank everyone for participating today. We had an exceptional lineup of speakers, exceptional engagement from the audience, and as you just saw, some exceptional startups. So this has been absolutely fantastic. I consider this event a true success. I think it's emblematic of the e-commerce ecosystem here in Kenya and Greater Africa. It is certainly alive and thriving. And this is the very goal of our E-Trade Alliance is to promote the ecosystem, to promote micro, small, and medium-sized enterprises engaging in e-commerce and cross-border trade. So this has been a fantastic success. And I want to thank our E-Trade Alliance partner, the eCommerce Institute, for putting this production on, for bringing this wonderful event from Latin America, where I believe they run in 17 different countries. So our goal with this is to have this be the first event here in Africa, and then next year have another e-commerce day Africa, but also an e-commerce day Kenya. So hopefully our goal is to have this spur another series of events, e-commerce days across the continent. So stay tuned for event dates for next year. And then just some brief, also thank you, Terry Ann, thank you so much for the exceptional moderating. Thank you to our Palladium folks, still are in the room, but that's our development partner our implementing partner for the E-Trade Alliance. Thank you to USAID for providing support in all our E-Trade Alliance programs. Thank you to the government of Kenya and the State Department of Trade for presiding over the event today and making remarks about e-commerce. Thank you to Erica Libertelli and Mariana, the team that put on this whole event. I could say it was countless hours of work, day and night. So thumbs up to them for putting on an exceptional event, and maybe a round of applause actually for them. And anyone I'm forgetting, I apologize. But again, thank you all so much for joining us. It was a great success, a great experience, and I look forward to next year. And if we could get the winners of the e-commerce awards to come up, and we'll take a photo of everyone on the stage. We'll conclude that way.
And I invite the jury and all the experts that are alive here, come to the stage to take a photo. And thank you very much for all, and see you the next year in the e-commerce day Kenya 2024. Thank you.
Just a very quick announcement. All the participants of the EB's Kwa Vijana program, please meet right here at the front right after this. Thank you once again for coming. We really hope you did enjoy this experience. Thank you for being a wonderful audience. Good night and God bless.
Yes, the panelists also come here. Come on, all together to take a photo. Winners, the team of all the organization team, come on, are nominated. Come on, with me, here. Yes, like a football team, soccer team. Michael, come on. George, come on.